Alright, so we've been playing for about 2 hours. I'm gonna be yapping for a little bit. I want to do something dumb. I want to do a completely reasonable Marvel Rivals possible character tier list. Very concise title. I get bored easily. I make lists when I get bored. I write when I get bored. I theory craft when I get bored. I wrote scripts for movies that no one will ever see. I've written 2 kind of crappy books. I decided I wanted to talk about every possible Marvel Rivals character and make a tier list of them. My tiers are my dream characters, who I would love in this game, 100% guaranteed, characters with a great chance, likely, eventually, possible, almost no, less than 0, make them a skin, make them a voice. I'm trying to close this. Why isn't this closing? Alright. I made a completely normal tier list. This seems incredibly reasonable to me. So I'm going to talk about a few characters, then hop back and go back and forth. So, a completely reasonable Marvel Rivals possible character tier list. Abigail Brand. If you don't know Abigail Brand, she is to S.W.O.R.D. what Nick Fury is to S.H.I.E.L.D. She is the half-mutant, half-alien character. Make her a strategist. She has fire powers. She can brand targets. Her powers scale. Red fire, then blue fire, then white fire. That's pretty neat. Abomination. He's strong. He's durable. I'll be real. Not very likely. He's kind of way too similar to a lot of stuff we got going on and is not that distinct. Absorbing Man. Carl Crusher Creel. Very tied in with Hulk and Daredevil. He can absorb. He has a big wrecking ball that's kind of his go-to weapon, as you can see in most of these images. He has a matter absorption power. I think it would be a really cool effect, making him incredibly strategic if on every map he absorbs a different mineral. So like if on Yggdrasil he absorbs Uru, which is what Mjolnir is made out of. It gives him lightning powers. In New York, he absorbs Iron Man's armor and gains like a reflectability. And Clintar, he absorbs symbiotes and gets like a blade. Wakanda, give him vibranium, faster alt. He builds energy when being attacked. I think Absorbing Man is an awesome character and has a real good shot if they start doing villains. Arrow. Arrow is a newer character, and she's probably one of the less known characters on this list. She is from the Agents of Atlas, same team that Luna Snow is from. And her stocks have gone up a bit in past few years. But like, make her a strategist, wind manipulation, flight, give her repositioning allies and enemies, like boost allies, knock off enemies. She can create air construct clones. Really cool stuff. These next 2 characters are both very interesting. Agatha Harkness. They have mentioned her name before, saying that she's probably too similar to Wanda. But Agatha has gotten a big bump in popularity in the past few years because of Catherine Hahn playing her in the WandaVision show and her getting her own show. She got this really good-looking redesign over there. But so maybe make her to differentiate her from Wanda, make her a strategist, give her flight, give her like a shielding cloak, chaos magic, maybe summoning could be cool. This next character is very interesting because she's actually been found in the code of the game. And it's this character right here, Amaranth. I'll be real. I don't even know who Amaranth is. I had to go and read her comic when I heard her name. So, there was a thing not long ago where there was a forgotten sidekick to Spider-Man called Spider-Boy. Bailey. He was very adorable, very fun little character. And in honor of him, Marvel released a series of comics with potential, like, what-if characters, forgotten sidekicks. And some of them were really popular, and they got their own mini-comic that was really neat. And Amaranth started out as the potential what-if sidekick for Wanda. So she's actually a being born from chaos magic. I'd make her into a vanguard, like a heavy focus on protection magic, maybe like negating abilities and a madness-inducing a gaze, calls like illusions or something like that. I think Amaranth would be really cool. But in looking into Amaranth, I found a couple other characters that are awesome. These fake potential sidekicks. Yeah, campaign. I would really like Amaranth. So I'm going to show you some of the other potential sidekicks. Cadet Marvel is a what-if sidekick. So these characters are really neat. Cadet Marvel, Liberty, I'm kind of covering it, but Moonsquire, Phantasma, Gold Tiger, and Hellrune. And the way these characters got their powers in their little comic is they were all basically kidnapped by Hydra and experimented on and brainwashed and told that they are heroes who are going to be replacing the corrupted Avengers. And they teamed up with Spider-Woman and it was a really cute comic. So Cadet Marvel is a what-if Captain Marvel sidekick. Make him a duelist, give him fiery punches and dashes. Liberty I really like. She has these cybernetic wings literally fused with her spine, and she can create shields and healing constructs and has like all this tech power. And I think that's a cool take on Captain America. Moonsquire, I realize I'm kind of covering here. Let me just to show the image of what Moonsquire looks like right there. Whoop. Moonsquire is he has this light absorbing suit that allows him to bend light around him and shoot these glowing discs, and when he absorbs enough light it creates an aura of darkness. And he's also just a huge nerd. This page is two of my favorites. First off, Gold Tiger is neat. She's a Wakandan who was summoned to help fight a bunch of monsters. Has a gold transfer. Her skin can turn into gold, and she can turn anything she touches into gold. I think that'd be a cool Vanguard ability. Like, give her intense gold armor to let her touch other people and like paralyze them and turn them into gold. I think that's neat. She is Wakandan potential sidekick. Just a fun fact about this name, Gold Tiger. The original name for Black Panther was Coal Tiger. Look it up. So Coal Tiger, C-O-A-L, like the rock. But eventually they rebranded him Black Panther and completely redesigned him. Good move, because Coal Tiger is weird. So Gold Tiger is actually a play on Coal Tiger. I just think that's a fun little fact. But then the other two characters that they introduced during this line, I think, are both amazing. Over there on the left is Phantasma. She is a teenage girl Ghost Rider who is a roller derby skater, whose flaming skull head is a bike helmet, has flaming skates and dashes around. I make her a duelist. She can summon she does not use a flaming whip like Ghost Rider. She uses a flaming barbed wire. So she creates barbed wires and whips them around. And she can accidentally summon hellhounds. Make that an ability, though. Make that an ult. Maybe she summons a couple of hellhounds to serve her in her ult. But I just love the design, and I love the idea of a zipping around little Ghost Rider girl. Who's, again, a roller derby player, which I think is fun. And then probably my favorite is this one right here, Hellrune. Brainwashed by Hydra, given a spear from Asgard, a magic spear. that I believe is like a magic spear similar to Odin's. She can shoot lightning blasts, has limited flight, but the cool thing about her is she has magical constructs and creations. She can create like giant shields and whips and chains made out of rainbow, like the Rainbow Bridge of Valhalla, to bind enemies. And she has a pair of... She can make ravens from electricity to serve her. I think that's friggin' sick. I think that's really cool. She's the leader of this group called the New Champions. And when she helped save all of them, when a bunch of undead Vikings showed up, she helped get all of them reunited with their families. She's a really cool character. I just really also just like her design. It's sick. I like the bright color Asgardian look. These two, not very likely. Agent Mobius from Loki. He kind of just has portals. He's kind of just a guy with a gun and a stick. This guy, though, is really cool. Agent X. He's kind of a rival to Deadpool. He's in a lot of the early 2000s Deadpool comics. He was part of Deadpool's team. Gun, sword, regeneration, immunity to mind control. He's kind of just like your average duelist. There's nothing really outstanding about him. I'm just going to cover some of the biggest names in Marvel. This gets confusing. Ajak and Ajax. Ajak, maker of Vanguard, leader of the Eternals, played by Selma Hayek in the movie, who I think did awesome as her. It was a man in the comics, remade into a woman here. Still really cool. Slow flight, gravity manipulation, energy blasts. All the Eternals in the comics have a similar power set. They changed it in the movies to make them all more distinct. So I think giving her the gravity manipulation power set is really cool. The other one, not Ajak, is Ajax, who is better known by his non-portmanteau of Francis. He's the guy who's responsible for Deadpool being Deadpool. He's strong, he's fast, his suit allows him to manipulate fire. He's the one who burned up Deadpool and messed him up first. And he's come back a bunch of times to be an enemy to Deadpool. That's kind of it. He's best known for being just some bald guy in the first Deadpool movie. I think these are both fun characters. Arcade and Angel. Arcade, media obsessed. He builds death traps and death games to mess with the X-Men. He have like children's toys like tops and traps and giant mouse traps and levitation. He had a real big glow up in Avengers Arena, where, inspired by the Hunger Game books, really, he pays a woman to design an island of nanomachines. He's basically, yes, 100% gaming. He's Marvel's Riddler. But Avengers Arena, really solid comic. He hires this woman, very fascinating woman, Miss Coriander, to build an island made entirely of nanomachines where he controls everything, the temperature, and he constantly is creating monsters and death traps and makes 20 kidnapped teenagers and sidekicks fight to the death. And it's brutal. And it's a really good comic that has a lot of good showings for, like, some of the people from the Captain Britain comics, the Runaways, Avengers Academy, and it brings all these characters together and just mashes them. And it's brutal. The other one, very, very well known, I think he's likely to eventually arrive, as Angel, Warren Worthington, one of the original 5 X-Men. Make him a Vanguard, give him flight, feather knives, he can use his wings as shield, make him a dive-focused Vanguard. You give him Angel variants, this is the Metal Wings, you give him the Metal Wing Archangel variant. Death, he was Death serving Apocalypse. Speaking of Avengers Academy, the Runaways. Why are the Runaways here? This does not start with an A, because I decided to start with Alex Wilder. I'm going to do a quick rundown of the Runaways. He's kind of the only runaway who never really bought into the superhero lifestyle. Really great comic. I'm trying to remember who wrote the original Runaways. They're all the children of supervillains called the Pride. He's the son of two mastermind thieves. Genius level intelligent, banishment magic. That's kind of all he's got going for him. Chase Stein, probably my favorite, is just a jerk. They call him Talkback. He has X-ray goggles, give him the ability to scan through walls to see enemies. Flame manipulating gauntlets. He can build flaming constructs, flaming spheres, flaming weapons, shoot out missiles. It's neat. And very normal, a psychic connection to a dinosaur named Old Lace that he got from his girlfriend when his girlfriend died. He is the son of... He's an idiot. He's a jock. He's the son of two mad scientists that did not inherit their intelligence. He's a decent engineer, but that's about it. And he dated a girl who had a psychic dinosaur. And when she died, he got that psychic dinosaur. But he's also just a really earnest character. I like him. Speaking of girlfriend with psychic dinosaur, Gertrude Yorks. The daughter of two time travelers. She has a connection with a dinosaur. That's all she's got. So I would not do her as a character. Having a character with a permanent pet would be really fun. Absolutely agree. I could see him being a decent character. Maybe you hop on and ride Old Lace around, and you can, like, shoot things off. Or if you want to be, it'd be, like, less powerful, but quicker when you're in your riding stance. Hop off of Old Lace, and Old Lace can act around you while you do flame manipulation stuff. That could be a really cool tactic. I had made him a duelist. I think this character is far more likely Carolina Dean, a.k.a. Lucy in the Sky. The daughter of two very famous actors who happen to be intergalactic alien warlords. She's a Magistinian, and they're a race that glows this beautiful light, and they have a rivalry with the Skrulls. Flying at high speeds, these bright, blinding rainbow blasts, so maybe like limiting field of view. Very cool character, very cool design. Also, because there's a big push for diversity, she is an LGBT character and is very cool. The character I think that is most likely from the Runaways to appear is this character right here, Nico Minoru. Got a huge boost from the likes of Marvel Snap, got a huge boost from the Midnight Suns game. She is an awesome character. She has become a fan favorite over the years. Nico Minoru, aka Sister Grimm. This central image right here is actually from Avengers Arena, where she was one of the people kidnapped. Where she got her arm cut off and replaced with a demon stone. That's really cool. Make her a strategist with some duelist aspects. Mystical Blast, her Infernal Gauntlet, her healing magic. The cool thing about Nico is she has this weapon called the Staff of One. And it's such an interesting thing because she can only use a spell one time. And it has, when she tries to do the same, like it counts on her wording. So she could say heal. She could say repair. But then if she says heal a second time, it doesn't work because she already used that spell. So in the comic, she has to keep track of all the words she's used, and she uses dictionaries and thesaurus to help her understand different words. It's pretty cool. But if she uses the same word twice, random bullshit happens, and she summons a flock of pigeons. Or the entire room flips upside down. Something completely random, and I think that could be a really fun, weird effect. Or just make her like a more straightforward strategist. Could be really cool. Molly Hayes, aka Powerful Princess, aka Bruiser, is the smallest of the Runaways. Make her a Vanguard, though. Small hitbox, super strong for a limited time. That's her deal. She is one of the strongest characters in Marvel. She has, on more than one occasion, beat the crap out of Wolverine. But because she's so small, she's she's the daughter of two mutant warriors. but her body is too small to handle her power, and she gets incredibly sleepy after using them. So make it so, like, she's super strong for a limited time. And she can chuck items. She bodies trucks left and right. There was a really cool take, I think the comic was called Children of the Atom, where a bunch of future X-Men come back to the past, including, like, the son of Jubilee, who we see in Marvel Rivals as a dragon, a sane Deadpool, and Molly Hayes, who's now an adult. She's a really adorable character, though. A lot of really dope hats, too. Victor Mancha, this guy right here, he is introduced as a villain in Runaways. Gertrude Yorks, her character, as an adult, comes back in time, warns them that, hey, there's this kid you're going to meet named Victor. You have to stop him. He becomes our friend. He becomes an Avenger named Victorious. And no one knew it, but his dad was a villain who programmed him to be evil as soon as he became an Avenger. And they think he's the son of Doctor Doom. The big twist is that he is a biological android and is the son of Ultron, which technically makes him Vision's half-brother. So he has a really cool relationship with Vision. He's a biological android who can manipulate metal and machinery. So he's like Magneto Light, but I'd make him a strategist. He has living lightning abilities. He can levitate. He can manipulate machines. He has a lot of really cool stuff, and I think he could be cool with Ultron and, I assume, eventually Vision in the game. I think he's neat. Last members of the Runaways. Zavin. Really cool character. The fiancé of Carolina, who left to she turned herself into Carolina, knocked her fiancé out, and went to space to answer for the war crimes of Carolina's parents. She is a discount Super Skrull. She's a Super Skrull rookie. She has the powers of the Fantastic Four, but can only use one of them at a time. It takes her a long time to learn how to use more than one, and even then she can only do two at a time. So like a stretchy burning fist, or a stretchy rock fist, or a burning shield, something like that. She's limited. She's not as powerful as the Super Skrull, but really interesting character. I think, because they're technically non-binary, because sometimes they're a man, sometimes they're a woman. Then this character I think is very interesting, but probably not a good fighter. Clara Prest. The Runaways, in a... Say what you want about the person, Joss Whedon. We know he's not that great. I still think he's a phenomenal writer. The Runaways get trapped in the early 1900s in a time travel story, and it's one of my favorite time travel stories of all time. And that's where they recruit Clara Prest, who is a young teenage girl, because the 1900s were kind of messed up, who's married to a 40-year-old man. Kind of messed up, but she's also a mutant with plant manipulation powers. Binding roots and flower storms are her big power. I just think that's really cool. And I just like her as a character. I'm going to quickly hop back over. And quickly rank these. So Abigail Brand, I think, is possible. A lot of these characters, I'd say Abomination, make him a skin for the Hulk. He can't be his own character. Absorbing Man, I think, is an eventual character. I think it's only a matter of time till we get Absorbing Man. Arrow, I'd say Arrow is a likely character. Agatha Harkness, I'd say possible, but probably not. Amaranth is in the thing, so I'd say there's actually a good chance of Amaranth being in there. The rest of these, Cadet Marvel, I'd say less than 0. Liberty, almost no chance. Moonsquire is adorable, but less than 0. These three are more interesting. I'd say Phantasma, I'd put into I'd say I'd put it into possible. Gold Tiger, almost no chance, and Hellrune. Because these two have had really positive fan reactions, I'll put them into possible. Cadet Marvel could be a skin for Iron Fist. Honestly, not gonna lie, that would be fire. Mobius, I'd say less than 0. Agent X, almost no chance. Ajax, less than 0. or Ajax, less than 0. Arcade is possible. Angel, I'd say, is likely. I'd say it's a very good chance we get Angel. What I think they should do is they should introduce a new line of skins where, similar to the zombie Doctor Strange, they give them new voices. A big thing with that, though, is like the other characters' responses to them. Alex Wilder, I'd say, is almost no chance. Chase Stein, of all the Runaways, I'd say he's possible. Gertrude, I would say, because she doesn't really have a power set less than 0. Carolina Dean, I'll put right here next to Chase. Nico Minoru, I think, is a great chance. I think there's almost a certainty she will eventually be character. Molly Hayes, I would put there. Victor Mantra, I'd put there. Zavin, and Clara. I'd say that's what I'm thinking so far. America Chavez. Miss America. Make her a vanguard. Give her aspects of a duelist. Star Blast, her portals. America no. America yes. She is such a fun character. She has blown up in popularity over the past few years. I'd say she's very likely of becoming a character. Found in the game files is Angela. Angela Odensdottir. Many people don't know who she is because her role was kind of messed up. So she's actually a character from, I believe, the Image Comics and Spawn. But that property was acquired by Marvel. So she became a Marvel character. They introduced her in the early 2010s as the lost child of Odin. She was the youngest daughter of Odin, so Thor and Thor's sister, who was kidnapped by biblical angels. So she was raised by the Judeo-Christian faith to forget she was Asgardian. Really neat. Sword, flight, magic. She has a berserker state. She can eventually summon armored wings. She can summon weapons and make it rain weapons. She has these chains. She's a really dope character. A really cool design. I have a couple of comics of her, including a signed comic of her first appearance. I think she's a really awesome character, and I think this is a matter of time character. These are characters that are both pretty popular. In the X-Men world, Anole is pretty popular. He's one of the new X-Men, one of the younger X-Men. He is a kind of Toad-like character. Sticks to walls, long sticky tongue. But his big thing is he has adaptable body parts. So I think that could be a cool take. Like, the more the match goes on, like, hey, if there's a lot of flying characters, maybe he adapts spike launchers. He can grow spikes, scales, hardened, he can have camouflage, and, like, he could be a swap-in, swap-out type character. I think that would be interesting. This guy's pretty awesome. I think he's never been appreciated enough as a villain, and he's been mentioned multiple times in the lore of this game, in Marvel Rivals, because he is a nihilist. He is the leader of the Negative Zone. We have a really awesome skin for Johnny Storm in the store, the Negative Zone Gladiator skin. That happened when Annihilus killed Johnny. The Fantastic Four became the Future Foundation. They recruited Spider-Man to fill Johnny's role. Johnny was presumed dead, but was actually made to fight in Annihilus's pits. Gladiator pits, not his armpits. But he's awesome. He leads the Annihilation Wave. He's a super paranoid monster who runs his own dimension. Fear manipulation, energy manipulation, awesome. Probably not going to be in this game because he's kind of too powerful as a villain. This is another character that I think is a lock. Ant-Man and Wasp. Why not just Ant-Man? I thought about this. I think Ant-Man and Wasp would be an amazing duo. Could be his ult. Oh, for Anole, could it be his ult to pick different forms? And he can only change into one when his ult... That could be cool. So if you need a tank, he can change into a heavily scaly spike character. But if you need like a dive duelist, he could become Camo and Claws. That's actually a really cool idea. But Ant-Man and Wasp, I'd make them a duelist. You're only playing as Ant-Man. Wasp would be a turret, essentially flying around you. So for most of the match, you're Ant-Man at regular size, using, like, bioenergy blasts. But Wasp is flying around you, attacking things that get too close to you with her energy blasts. And if you want for high-speed movement, Ant-Man shrinks, and then you control Wasp, and you can zip around the map at high speeds. And of course, the ult would be Giant Man, even if you want to do just a partial of, like, summon a giant fist and slam it down. Something like that. That'd be neat. You know? Or a giant foot. But I think this, an ant storm, I don't know. Some things are just a no. Apocalypse. Too damn strong. He's been mentioned in the lore. He's been mentioned in voice lines, and he's been mentioned in the lore. He is currently waging a war against the gods in the 4th Chronoverse. So we know the 4 Chronoverses of this game are 2099, present-day Marvel, the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, and Null, and all of that is happening in space, and then a realm where the gods are dying. Because the person waging war against the gods is freaking Apocalypse. I think he's going to appear as a villain. Same as Dracula, same as Doom. I don't think he's going to be playable. He's too damn strong. Also too damn strong, this boy right here. Arishem, the creator of the Marvel Universe as we know it, the Shaper, one of the celestial gods. Too damn big. He's waging war against Apocalypse, probably. Armin Zola. He is currently in the game in the form of a poster. Negative Zone was also mentioned by Star-Lord. Sorry, yeah. Armin Zola he's a poster in in the Hydra map. Strategist, durable, electric blast, stuns. He has a powerful robot body, but that's kind of it. If you wanted to just make a cool character that has like a lot of utility, he could be neat. The next character, this guy right here, Shark Boy. He is a one-time ally, most of the time enemy of Namor. He was Namor's general who turned against him when he thought Namor became too obsessed with the human world. A lot of shark-themed powers and biology. Super strong, water manipulation. Another character that I think is highly likely, that I think might have been mentioned in the leaks, is Armor. She has grown a lot in popularity over the past few years. Maybe the last 10 years, 20 years. She's been used a lot. I think she was... one of her biggest roles was actually in the Joss Whedon Uncanny X-Men comics. Make him a melee-focused water-type character? Yeah, that could be cool. You recently looked at the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. I think I saw that. That's the TTRPG that has a lot of the Marvel characters in it, right? I haven't looked a lot into it. But that could be cool, because I love minifigs. And getting some for Marvel could be really dope. But I think Armor would be an awesome Vanguard. So, she's a mutant. She's one of Wolverine's many wayward children. Not actually, but... she has kind of like a foster-father relationship with Wolverine, as he does with a lot of young girls like Jubilee and X-23 and Hisako. But the whole thing is she projects armor, and her armor is incredibly strong. What I would have her do is her armor can scale. So, as the game goes on, as you take more damage with armor, her psychic armor gets more and more powerful. So she starts with her basic armor, then it becomes samurai armor, then it becomes dragon armor, and it just gets bigger and bigger and more powerful as the game goes on. Maybe every ult knocks it up one level, and she has a faster charging ult. So the bigger her armor becomes, the more damage she does as a Vanguard. These are two more obscure characters I don't think would be as popular. Atlas was around a lot in the 90s, early 2000s. Size alteration. He's strong when he's big, but he's more durable when he's small. Self-healing, energy absorption. He's kind of just a tank for the sake of tanking. This character right here, Cressida, is a fairly recent character. I'm trying to remember which comic she was in. Hold on, I'm pulling it up now. It was a fairly recently comic. 2017, Avengers Volume 7. They find her. They think she is a mutant, and she's rescued by the Avengers. The big twist is it turns out she's a villain who has all of her memories, and her power is life-stealing. So give her life-draining energy whips, scaling power absorption, and the power to amplify others, because she literally controls energy. There's other characters, though, that have better versions of this power. Aunt May. Strategist. Powers are guilt and being a loving maternal figure. I said I picked all of the most popular Marvel characters. That didn't just mean heroes or villains. It meant Aunt May. I don't think Aunt May has the likelihood of being a hero. These two, on the other hand, are really cool. I did them as a duo. This is Aurora and North Star. I should really just group. I don't know why I can't lock that one in. Whatever, it's fine. So yeah, Aurora and North Star, they're part of the Alpha Flight. They're duelists. They fly at incredible speed. They can shoot blinding lights and lasers. That's kind of what they do. Super fast, and they blind people. I think they make awesome duelists. I kind of put them as a team because their powers are exactly the damn same. I think she has a little bit more energy, and he's a little bit faster and more durable. Avalanche, Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. Super strong, shock waves, localized earthquakes, ground manipulation. Awesome Andy, the awesome android. A sweet, innocent, ever-adapting monster android. Mimicry, wind blast, durability, growth, not likely. At one point in the comics, Nightcrawler's dad, Azazel, been retconned here and there to be a demon, then a mutant. He was in First Class, strategist, teleportation, paralyzing blast, magic, time stopping. Cool character. There's other characters that are better fits for this archetype, so he's probably not a very likely character. That's the end of the A's. You throw some of these up there. I think America Chavez is a great chance. I'm actually going to put her highest on the great chance. Amaranth actually should be the highest because we found her in the things. Angela also has a great chance. Anole, I'd say he's impossible. Annihilus, possible. Ant-Man and Wasp, I'd say, are 100%. They're our first 100% character. Apocalypse, again, possible, but I really don't think it's likely. Arishem, I'm going to say almost no chance. Armin Zola, because he's in the game and they've desired to do weird characters, I'll put him in possible. Atuma, I like Atuma. I'm putting him in almost no chance because he's an obscure-ass character. Do something with marks that could... that could be cool. Armor, I'd say, is in the likely category. Atlas, less than 0. Only I care about Atlas. Avenger X, less than 0. Aunt May, less than 0. Aurora and Northstar, possible. Avalanche, almost no chance. Awesome Andy, almost no chance. Azazel, almost no chance. I feel like almost no chance and possible are going to be very popular categories. Bakuto, the head of the hand, the ninja armor using marks to build up her armor. Oh, that's a cool idea. So it favors staying alive but being active in fights. What do you mean loading? For armor? That could be really cool. So the longer you stay alive, so using a lot of like hit and run tactics, tagging enemies to build up energy, and once you build up enough, you advance. The question is, would you retain that armor build through deaths? If you're killed as armor, would you retain level 2 or level 3, or would it like you retain like part of it maybe upon resurrection and getting back into the fight? Anyway, Bakuto. Head of the hand. He was interpreted in the live-action Defenders and Iron Fist show. Swords, guns, that's kind of it. Banshee, one of the second generation of X-Men, had a really cool power showcase in First Class. He can fly, he has Sonic Blast, Super Screams. This next character got a huge boost in popularity. I've always loved Bastion because I read Operation Zero Tolerance. I know all about Nimrod. I've read all these comics. And he got a huge boost recently because of X-Men 97. I'd give him Sentinel-style powers like Energy Blasts. Maybe he can summon Sentinel soldiers. And he can manipulate his nanite clouds. I think he'd be a great strategist. And maybe like he does bonus damage to mutants, so he could be a very selective character. The Barons. This page is all Barons. Oops, all Barons. You'll just hear my voice for now. Baron Zemo, Baron Mordo, and Baron Strucker. Baron Zemo, I made a duelist. Give him deflection based on like he can deflect blasts with his blade. He's a close range combatant. He has like bleed effects, like the more he's cutting you, bleed damage stacks on you. Baron Mordo, I of course based it off Chiwetel Ejiofor, I believe that's how it's pronounced, and his interpretation of the character, but you could do more comic accurate costumes. Strategist, hypnosis, astral projection, necromancy based healings. Maybe like summoning ghosts or rivals, like when an ally dies, you can turn them into a ghost. And Baron Strucker, the leader of Hydra. We have a lot of Hydra stuff going on, so why not bring in the big boss of Hydra with his infernal Satan Claw? Yes, it's called the Satan Claw. You pulled up the Crisis Protocol army and saw that the 3 Barons are on there. Oh, I gotta look this up. Remind me in a little bit to look this up because I'm really interested. But Baron Strucker has death spores that slowly kill, a healing factor, so he'd be a really cool Vanguard, I think. Batroc the Leaper is such a fun gimmick character, and Marvel Rivals team seems weird enough to put Batroc in there. Make him a super agile, kicking, jumping, leaping, kicking. Yes, I did do jumping twice, because that's kind of all he does. Jumps, kicks, and jumps again. And then another of the original X-Men, the Beast. Make him a strategist. Yes, he's incredibly agile and strong. Enhanced... Oh, yeah. I'd say highly agile and mobile. Focus more on the mobility over the strength. Give him healing tech and enhancing stations, like similar to Rocket, but he can set up stations that boost strength and things of that nature. I might have built some teams with specific comps in mind. I'll explain some of them as I go along. Beetle. There's so many variants of the Beetle. I think there's been like 4 or 6 different Beetles, including Janice Lincoln, the daughter of Tombstone. Heat-seeking missiles, invisibility, gas bombs. She's a cool character. Beta Ray Bill. Love Beta Ray Bill to death. He's just Thor. That's literally his gimmick. He's the inheritor of Stormbreaker. He is just Thor 2.0. Make him a Thor skin, though. We need a Beta Ray Bill skin. And then there's this character, who I hope is going to be introduced in Secret Wars and Doomsday, the Beyonder. He is one of the elder gods of the universe in Marvel. He is all-powerful. He creates universes. He creates battle worlds. He's responsible for the Secret Wars. He also has some really cool costumes, but I think he's just too all-powerful. But he'd be a cool character to incorporate into the lore. It'd be cool to have Beast be a melee strategist, sort of like Brigitte from Overwatch. Yeah, I could see that, as long as they make sure to balance him so we don't have exactly what happened when Brigitte was introduced in Overwatch and overtook the whole game. These are some of the most random characters I could find. This character on the left, you have not heard of. I know you have not. No one's heard of B-Negative. No one's heard of B-Negative. A few years ago, Marvel had this, they were going to introduce the New Warriors. It didn't go well. They pitched it, they showed off the concept art for these characters that included characters like Safe Space and Snowflake. And the public reaction to all of them was bad. Trailblazer, who used her grandfather's internet gas to gain the powers of pulling things out of hammer space, essentially, and it was weird. But one character was awesome. A weird, accidental goth vampire who was kind of like a mini Morbius. And I love him, because his name is B-Negative, and the internet actually had a really good response to him. And shout out to Vineral Grave, who posted while I was looking up B-Negative, they made Marvel Rivals style art for B-Negative, which is that image right there on the far left. Again, never introduced in the comics, because it didn't go anywhere, because the comic was canceled before it ever released. But a Super Leap and Glide and a lot of Marvel Rivals, or Marvel's vampire-style powers, turning blood into weapons, blood daggers, a blood blade. He can make bats out of blood to track enemies, summon a blood wolf. I just love his design so goddamn much. And he's just this emo little goth teenager who's a vampire and is adorable. Next, the Great Lake Avengers have grown in popularity over the past 20 years or so, and they're all ridiculous characters. You might know one of them very well. Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl is a member of the Great Lake Avengers. So is Big Bertha. She is the epitome of a vanguard. Look at her. Let's move that there. Yeah. Big Bertha. Vanguard. Thick to the extreme. She is a skinny supermodel who, when she activates her powers, becomes Big Bertha. Super strong, mega leap and slam, and she's completely unmovable when using her powers. It's just so silly. Bishop. Love Bishop. One of my favorite time-traveling X-Men. Vanguard. Weapon user, so he has a lot of weapon uses. He can absorb laser gun pew pew, but he can redirect incoming energy as a super blast. He can absorb, so I could see that being an awesome Vanguard ability. The more damage you take, the more rapidly your gauges fill, and he can redirect some of that as damage. Which would make him like a go-to duelist Vanguard, like a damaging Vanguard, not the tanky one, but a damaging one. The other one, Blackagar Boltagon, leader of the Inhuman royal family, and just a little bit too powerful. He can scream and kill anything with one scream. And he can fly. That's kind of his gimmick. That's all he does. Fly and scream. I don't think he'd be a great character. I think he'd be an incredibly hard character to incorporate and make a moveset for. I'll be real. Next begins... This is gonna sound weird, but all the black characters. Because they all have black in their name. That's why I'm phrasing it like that. I have 6 of them. Black Cat. Duelist, high mobility, stealth, grappling hook, boldest to trip enemies. She's a thief style character, a Catwoman style character. That's kind of what you got. Next, he's known as Black Dwarf in the comics. He's known as Cull Obsidian from the MCU movies. He is a member of the Black Order, who are all these characters with just something black in their name. Cull Obsidian or Black, yeah. He's one of the vanguards of Thanos. Vanguard, durability, he has an axe that does a lot of knockback effects, highly aggressive. He'd be a dive tank. Next up, Dane Whitman, the Black Knight. He has this incredibly powerful blade. The blade is actually the All Black, right? The weapon of Null. Very cool. Imagine Black Cat having a similar grapple to Black Widow, but would be a more hit-and-run style play. Yeah, I agree. So it would be about getting into the back lines and targeting one enemy at a time. Like, really targeting one strategist, one duelist at a time with her. And then using her grappling hook and bolus to stun enemies and get away. Black Blade, though, I would do, like, he can throw his blade and warp to it. He has the Power Lance, which is a lasso that pulls in enemies. He's a very cool character. Psylocke is great, but I want more melee. I agree. I absolutely agree with you. I love this next character. I love Blackheart. Marvel vs. Capcom, baby. Blackheart, he's an immortal. He's the son of Mephisto. He can manipulate hellfire, steal souls, seal people. He's a very powerful magic character. Black Mamba is a little bit more of an obscure character. Dark Force manipulation, that's the power that Cloak uses. She can turn darkness into tentacles that her hair grows. She can choke people with it. She can create illusions and craft physical items out of Dark Force. Really cool character. And this might seem like one of the most random characters ever. Black Tom Cassidy. He is a weird character who has he has a lot of ties with the X-Men. He is all about manipulating plants and wood. We have Groot for that, but he can also summon plant arms. He has a giant shillelagh that mutates and uses that as a weapon. Burning wooden spikes that shoot out of the ground. He's a really cool character. Blade. He's already in the game. That's as much of a lock as you can get. I almost guarantee he's going to be a duelist, close range swords, agility, mobility, probably some vampire stuff, maybe turned into bats. I don't know. But he's been asleep in a coma for the last 2 months and hasn't really done anything. Before that, he was trapped in a cage for 2 months. Come on, Blade. And on this page with Blade, I even used his character art from the game. You might notice Blade is not alone on this page because I included this chick, Bloodline. She is the daughter of Blade. She's gotten a little more popular over the past few years. I'd make her a Vanguard, give her more regeneration style effects, undetectability, but she's also a close range swordsman. So another melee character. I can't remember her first name. She's a child of Blade and Saffron Calder. Brianna Brooks, I think, right? Because it's Eric Brooks and Brianna Brooks, yeah. Two very fun characters. X-Men. Blink. Strategist, teleportation, energy knives. Very quick, zipping around localized area. That's what Blink does. The other is a character that's I've really appreciated over the past few years, Bling. You have her school outfit, her X-Men outfit, and right here, her Hellfire Gala outfit. We're in the middle of the Hellfire Gala. She has diamond skin, but it's unlike Emma Frost, it's permanently diamond. And she can create sharp blades with it. And she has an engineered shield bubble amulet that gives her greater protection. So if you want a simplified Emma Frost, go Bling. Speaking of X-Men dressed to the nines, for the Hellfire Gallery, I give you, ladies and gentlemen, the Blob. Vanguard, he is said to be unmovable. In most of his interpretations, he's this big slobby guy. But, as they revealed in the Hellfire Galleries, and the Hellfire Galas, he is just such a goddamn snazzy dresser. Look at him. Look at those two Hellfire outfits. He's, look at him. He's amazing. I love him. This next character, I feel like has been kind of wasted in her current iterations. She's originally from the Ultimate Universe, where she was a friend of Spider-Man, who, her powers activated when she was in close proximity to her mother, who was a villain who had the same powers as her. Her name is Bombshell. Laurie Baumgartner. Explosive blasts, concussive shockwaves. She's kind of been in the new Champions comics with Miles Morales, and I feel like her potential has been wasted. She's kind of just like a villain of the week now. But she kind of was on the team for a hot minute. So, wasted. Boom Boom. Awesome X-Men. Love Boom Boom. She generates explosive bombs. Explosive mines, miniature popping orbs, flashbangs. So I could see her being a less healing strategist, more trap-laying strategist. So literally laying mines, laying explosives, maybe hovering ones that are flying ones so they're not just like Penny Parker's mines on the ground. Next is another Spider-Man villain, Boomerang. Member of the Sinister Six. And, fun fact, Spider-Man's roommate for a lot of the comic recently. Peter Parker's actual roommate is the villain Boomerang. And he's all about, like, bomberangs. He can levitate with a boomerang. He can use boomerangs to knock people and reposition them. Silly character. Blue Marvel. Leader of the Ultimates, Adam Brashear. Awesome character. I would incorporate him into the MCU. I would love to see an Adam Brashear movie. Make him like an old school 1960s retired hero with an extended lifespan. He's a strategist vanguard, tank with limited flight, matter manipulation. Maybe you could interpret that as healing manipulation, and the more damage he takes, the better he becomes at healing. I think that could be a cool gimmick. This next character, he was the Hulk for a while, replacing Bruce Banner. His name is Amadeus Cho. If you watch the MCU Ultron movie... Oh. Did my... Didn't turn off. I guess it did. That's why my music stopped. So I think he would be really cool because he is very hulky, but he has a bunch of other things. So he's a... So yeah, if you watched, Age of Ultron, they had this random woman who teamed up with Hawkeye for a bunch of it. She's the woman who made Ultron's replacement body and the Vision body with Ultron when she was kidnapped. Her name is Helen Cho. Her son is Amadeus Cho, this guy, who kind of became a Hulk. He eventually renamed himself Brawn, and the reason he's still relevant is he's a member of the Agents of Atlas and is a teammate of Luna Snow. And the new Iron Fist, Lin Lei. But he knows a little bit of magic. Make him a Vanguard duelist split, like an agile durable who can tank damage but maybe deliver a quick few hits before needing to retreat. This is another, speaking of Linley and the Iron Fist. These are the immortal weapons. In the lore of the game, in Marvel Rivals, the immortal weapons have been mentioned. Iron Fist, in his lore, it says that all of the cities, the 7 capital cities, there's technically 9 capital cities of heaven, have all fused. These are the contemporaries and rivals of Iron Fist, the protectors of the other cities. Bride of 9 Spiders, Strategist. All of these people have chi manipulation, same as Iron Fist, but they're less combat-oriented. Like Bride of 9 Spiders controls swarms of spiders and has poison needles and chi healing. Make her a strategist. Come on. Dog Brother number 1. Awesome name. Duelist. He's a swordsman and he can control dogs. Good guy. My favorite, everyone's favorite immortal weapon. Sorry, Iron Fist. It's Fat Cobra. Yes, there's a character named Fat Cobra. He is a beefy sumo wrestler covered in tattoos who can control electricity and has a thunder stomp and electrokinesis and body slams, and he's awesome. Love Fat Cobra. Tiger's beautiful daughter hasn't really done anything ever, but she uses spears and combat fans and chi manipulation. The leader of the immortal weapons is this green ghost guy right here, Prince of Orphans. He can turn it to mist. He doesn't do a lot either, but he's kind of the leader of the immortal weapons. And finally, Davos, the Steel Serpent, rival of Iron Fist, who eventually became the champion of, I forget the city, but it's the city of the Crane Mother, who's an Iron Fist villain, one of the cities of heaven, and he became Steel Serpent. He's stolen Danny Rand's power. He's immunity to pain. He absorbed part of the Phoenix Force and has a Phoenix-style attack. He's pretty cool. But he's too much like Iron Fist, but maybe make him a Vanguard and make him a more combat-oriented Iron Fist. I don't know. I don't think that'll work. This next character, a 4-in-1 character. We've had these kind of characters in fighting games before. The Wrecking Crew are go-to villains when you need mooks. They were in the She-Hulk TV show. They're just kind of mooks. So, I'd say you have a skill with a decent recharge timer, maybe like a 20-second recharge timer, that lets you cycle through these 4. Going from left to right in the picture, we have Thunderball, who is a DPS-style character with a ranged ball and chain with a stun. She's a giant electric wrecking ball. So, like, it has a distance, it stuns, and is ranged DPS. Next, you switch to the big guy with the iron mask. That's Bulldozer. Incredibly durable, slam attacks, but he's the slowest character. But he's more Vanguard than Duelist. Next up, guy in the middle is Pile Driver. He's all or nothing. He has very high DPS attacks, and he's the fastest character, but he'd probably be the weakest. So your HP would change depending on which of these characters as well, or your shields or whatever. And finally, the leader of the Wrecking Crew, Wrecker. He would be the most well-balanced, very close-range bruiser style. I think that's a cool idea for a character. It'd require a lot of work, but it would set up a lot of potential strategy. Brother Voodoo, who is now Dr. Voodoo in the comics. Very cool character. A lot of magic powers if you want to do some of the weirder stuff. He has biology manipulation, which could do a lot, set up some strategist. He has a lot of voodoo. Totemic damage, like maybe if he tags an enemy, he creates a totem of them, and by damaging that, it damages them. Similar to Emma Frost's Psychic Strike. Smoke, illusions, flight, fire manipulation. He has a lot of powers. So you could draw a really cool moveset from him. Poindexter. Bullseye. a duelist, a perfect marksman, an incredibly long-range sniper. I feel like we have all of that. He used a weapon called the Dragon Fang Blade for a while. He once killed someone with a paper airplane in the comics. Yes, really, it's great. He can use anything as a weapon. But we have other sniping style characters with Hawkeye and Black Widow, so I don't know if we need him. Even though he's a very popular character. And I don't know how you would make a third sniper different, you know? We're done with the bees. Let's hop over here. What do I think of all those characters? Bakudo, less than 0. Banshee, almost no chance. Baron Zemo, I'd say, is an eventually character. Baron Mordo, possible. Baron Schnucker, almost no chance. Batroc the Leaper, I'm actually putting this in eventually. I think Batroc is a highly likely character because he's just weird enough. Beast, eventually. Beetle, less than 0. Beta Ray Bill, make him a skin. Beyonder, less than 0. B negative, less than 0. Big Bertha, almost no chance. Bishop, possible. Black Bolt, I'm gonna put it in possible. I don't know how you would do Black Bolt. I have no idea. Black Cat, I'd say eventually. You know, I'm gonna put Beast up in likely too. With Angel. Black Cat, I think they'll get to eventually. Cull Obsidian or Black Dwarf, almost no chance. Black Knight, almost no chance. A lot of these characters are obscure. Black Heart, Black Mamba, less than 0. Black Tom Cassidy, less than 0. Blade is the only one who we know so far is 100%. Brianna, on the other hand, I'll put under almost no chance. Because her dad's in the game. Blink is a teleporting character, almost no chance. Bling, less than 0. Blob, I would put Blob in possible. I could see it. Bombshell, less than 0. Boom Boom, almost no chance. Boomerang, less than 0. Blue Marvel, possible. Brawn, possible. Again, he's a very popular character over the past few years. Bride of Nine Spiders, no chance. Dog Brother number 1, no chance. Fat Cobra, my dream character. One of the characters I want. I know we'll never get. Tiger's Beautiful Bride, or Tiger's Beautiful Daughter, no chance. Prince of Orphans, I'll put him up with the others. Same with Steel Serpent. I think the other immortal weapons will get mentioned, but I don't think they'll be playable. The Wrecking Crew, I think are possible. Brother Voodoo. Bullseye. I feel like Bullseye is popular enough that he's in the possible category. C's. Cable. Everyone knows Cable. Everyone loves Cable. Make him a Vanguard. Big guns, bigger muscles, body sliding, teleportation. And he has a super telekinesis ult. That's an easy character. He's fan favorite. He's been in a lot of games. He's awesome. Sam Guthrie, one of the new young X-Men, with like Karma, Mirage, Magma, Wolfsbane. Great character. First of the Guthrie family. He high speed flight, ricocheting off walls, generating shockwaves when he lands. Probably not. Cool character though. Love him. The Morlocks, sewer-dwelling mutants, very interesting. Caliban, strategist Vanguard. He can sense death. He can sense fear. He was also Apocalypse's angel of horseman of death. And the more stressed he becomes, the stronger he becomes. So he has like a stress-building meter. Meanwhile, Callisto, who in the Krakoa era goes by White Knight, That's this variant. Cannonball's ult is just Squirrel Girl's ult, but he uses himself to ricochet off the walls. Exactly. Callisto is a duelist. One-eyed knife user throwing knives. Super sensing. She can sense all beings in the area. That's her power. Super agility and a bow staff electric slam. Very unlikely characters, these two, but they're hugely popular and they're really in a lot of stuff. Our captains. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Captain America. This is the Danny Cage. Because they do a lot with the multiverse in this game. So I think we could get something like this where she's a skin for Captain America. Or a support Vanguard who uses similar things. This is the daughter of Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. From the future. As Captain America. Healing tech, the bouncing shield. Next up, this character is hugely important in some comics. Captain Britain. He leads a team called Excalibur. He's great. I really want Marvel to do some stuff with the UK characters like Captain Britain, Union Jack, Betsy Braddock, whose mind is possessing the comic version of Psylocke. But Captain Britain is awesome. Flaming Sword of Might, super strength. He's a duelist. He's a very big attacker. Speaking of captains, though, the captain. Captain Marvel is 100% going to happen in this game. One, she has so many dang costumes. You can do her Miss Marvel costume, her more recent incarnations, short hair, long hair. Make her a flying Vanguard. She's dives, she has slow but beefy energy blasts. Right? This is a 100% character. I don't think I have to explain why she would be in this game. Captain Universe. The Enigma Force. I have no goddamn clue what this would be. Sense everything everywhere. Healing. Matter manipulation. Energy manipulation. Too strong. But could make some cool costumes. Because that one in the middle is Spider-Man when he was Captain Universe. Make a Captain Universe skin line. You know, do a Captain America Captain Universe. Do a Spider-Man Captain Universe. That could be, look how cool that costume is, right? This guy, you do not know him. I know him. You don't. This is Charlie 27. Enough said. Charlie 27 is one of the original Guardians of the Galaxy. In the MCU movie, he was played by Ving Rhames in Guardians 2. Basically, the Guardians that you know from the MCU movies are the second generation Guardians of the Galaxy. He's from the first. He's durable, he's strong, he has rifles, explosive packs, and he got a dagger. He uses a dagger he got from Yondu. In the MCU, the original Guardians are rebranded as the Ravagers. So Yondu, Charlie 27, Martin X, Starhawk, all of those. But he's one of the original Guardians. Very cool character. Very silly and over the top. Some C's. Cassandra Nova. Very, obviously made popular recently by the Deadpool 3 movie. The parasitic psychic sister of Charles Xavier, who survived living in his mind and feeding off... You don't know 90% of these characters? Hey man, that's why I'm reaching for it. Because I feel like Marvel Rivals is reaching for weird characters. I guarantee most people did not know who Jeff or the Land Shark or Luna Snow were before this game. I love Cloak and Dagger. I've loved Cloak and Dagger for years. They are obscure characters. These are just dreams that I have. Cassandra Nova, Duelist, Psychic Blast, Astral Protection, Sunblast. Not gonna happen. She's a cool character. Clea. I feel like if we get a Doctor Strange 3, Clea's gonna be a main character. She's the wife of Doctor Strange. Make her a strategist though. Give her the Crimson Bands, Energy Shield, Scrying, Healing Magic. Just make it a different variant of what Strange has got going on. She's actually the Sorcerer Supreme of the Dark Dimension. She appeared at the very end of Doctor Strange 2 Multiverse of Madness. This guy, Constrictor, one of the Masters of Evil, Vanguard, long-range whips, repositioning strikes, grappling walls, and he can zip around. There you go. The Collector. He has been mentioned multiple times in the lore by Psylocke, Mantis, and Jeff. He's running a space menagerie. I think he's going to appear as a villain, not as a playable character, but if he is, make him a strategist, make him be able to capture and trap enemies, give him a giant demon form. That's Tanalir Tavar the Collector. Easy. Colossus. I think this is another character that's an absolute lock. Vanguard, living metal, shockwave stomp. He's slow moving, but he can throw his allies and enemies. Who doesn't love Colossus? We have magic. Give us Colossus. We have the fastball special with Thing and Wolverine. Give us the original. Colleen Wing, hero for hire from the, if you watch the Iron Fist or Defenders Netflix shows, she can channel chi the same way Iron Fist can into her sword, and she can force souls out of bodies. That sounds like a cool stun. Master Swordsman, a close-range combat-heavy healer. This next character is obscure. When obscure characters happen, Copycat is obscure. She can turn parts of her bodies into parts of other people's bodies. Power duplicating, shapeshifting. There's other shapeshifting characters that are way more important than Copycat, but I felt like I should throw her on here because she's a great character and a kind of like a niche fan favorite. Corsair. If you know Corsair, you love Corsair. This is Cyclops and Havoc's father, who was thought dead, but ended up in space and became a space pirate captain. Oh, yes, absolutely. A super tank team up with Hulk Thing and Colossus would be dope. But Corsair, Shi'ar energy blades, pocket dimension gauntlets, and control over a spaceship? I don't know. The next member of the Black Order for Thanos, Corvus Glaive. Was awesome in that movie. Got a fast spinning spear, magic deflection, and he could throw his spear and psychically control it. Crossbones. Murdered Captain America. He was Rumlow in Captain America 2 and 3. Cool character. Make him a very heavy style gunner. And he eventually got an inhuman power mouth blast. That could be a cool ult. These characters, I think, are a little more likely. Featured heavily in Guardians 3 is Cosmo the Space Dog. Crossbones is also in that. Man, you're trying to sell me on this. Like, I can see what's going on here. Cosmo the Space Dog, Telekinetic Space Dog. What else do you need with a Russian accent? Give it psychic shields, mental paralysis, stun blasts, psychic camouflage. This next character is more obscure, but I think is also very likely because they're a very China-focused character, and that's where Marvel Rivals is being made, obviously, with NetEase. This young girl is named Crescent, and she's a young martial artist. She's a member of the Agents of Atlas, same as White Fox, Arrow, Swordmaster, Luna Snow. And she can summon a giant ghost bear. The bear can charge. She can trap herself in the bear and charge with it. She can shoot spirit paws. It's cool. Come on. Little martial arts girl with a giant ghost bear. You can make a fun moveset out of that. Cloud9, obscure character. Don't really know what she would do. Was big a few years ago. You didn't watch the new Guardians? I would recommend it. I cried during the newest Guardians. It was an emotional story. It hit hard. But Cosmo's great. They were in the Guardians holiday special as well. So the holiday special and Guardians 3. Cloud9 was big during the Civil War Initiative era. She's had some other stuff since then. She could summon a cloud as a giant floating platform and fly around on it, but she can also stay on that cloud and use a sniper rifle. That could be a fun character. Make her a duelist, probably. This next character, Doug Ramsey, probably wouldn't work in this game. He's a duelist. His mutant power is he can understand language. Yondu. You're thinking of Yondu. Yondu Udanta. But this is Doug Ramsey, so Cypher. He has the power to understand and speak any language, but he can also understand body language to predict what people are going to do. He is also the only mutant and X-Men who can talk to the living island of Krakoa, which is why the Quiet Council of Krakoa is made up of 12 of the most powerful mutants, and then one honorary seat held by Doug. His best friend is a robot warlock who actually makes a cameo in the newest Marvel Rivals Ultron map. And Warlock sacrificed himself and turned himself into this cyborg arm. And it can be transformed into a blade. It's sick. He's also, this image right here, where he goes by the word Revelation, he has been chosen as one of the potential successors of Apocalypse. You know. Next character that's 100% lock. Cyclops. Leader of the original X-Men. I love Cyclops. So many cool costumes. Bouncing optic blasts. Steal from X-Men 97, have him sliding around with the optic dash. His Marvel vs. Capcom optic blast. And he can command other mutants as his passive. To me, my X-Men, come on. I love Cyclops. Do his Phoenix form, do his Xavier School costume. He has so many cool things. I love Cyclops. I can't stress that enough. He's probably my favorite X-Men. And he's been done dirty over the years. This next character is obscure, and I kind of finagled them to make them an interesting character. This is Crystal. She's one of the Inhuman royal family. She's Black Bolt's sister-in-law. I would partner her with Lockjaw, a very popular Marvel character who's a giant teleporting space dog. So she can manipulate the 4 elements. That is her power. She's the Avatar. So give it air-based flight, earth shields, fire blast, water whips. And then think a large one-person Doctor Strange portal with her teleporting dog. So give it a quicker recharge time than Strange's portal, but something like that. I think this would be an awesome Vanguard. Crystal and Lockjaw. Cable, I think, is an eventually character. Cannonball, almost no chance. Caliban, almost no chance. Callisto, almost no chance. I made this list, and these characters have no chance. Captain Marvel, though, I think is our next 100%. Captain Universe, make him a skin. Charlie, 27, no chance. Cassandra Nova, almost no chance. Clea is possible. Constrictor, almost 0. The Collector, I'm gonna put the Collector in possible because he's mentioned in the lore of the game. Colossus, I think has a great chance. Colleen Wing, possible. Copycat, less than 0. Corsair, less than 0. Corvus Glaive, possible. Crossbones, possible. Cosmo the Space Dog. Oh yeah, but that's actually right. Okay, good. Crescent and Io, I'd say, are possible. Or eventually. No, I'd say they're impossible. Cloud9, less than 0. Cypher. As weird as it is, I'm putting Cypher in possible. Cyclops. I don't like that picture cut off and it's just a crotch shot, But Cyclops is 100%. Crystal and Lockjaw, I'll put into possible. This is Daken, the son of Wolverine, and during World War II, he hooked up with a Japanese woman. Very big in the Wolverine movie, the second one. That's basically his origin, and he was an assassin. He replaced Wolverine for a while. He only has 2 claws on each hand. But I make him like an ambush-style duelist. You know, very big about targeting single enemies, bouncing off walls, or just make him a Wolverine skin. The other character I love, Mirage, Danny Moonstar, Valkyrie, Fear. She's had so many identities, so many powers. She's the leader of the Young X-Men. She's an awesome character. A duelist strategist. Energy arrows, fear illusions, death perception. She was a Valkyrie for a while and had a summonable Pegasus mount. Awesome character. Love Mirage. This next character is 100% Daredevil. Dueling sticks, throwing eskrima sticks, grappling hooks. You have more and more characters that have stealth and invisibility. He can sense them, and he can sense enemies through walls. He also has so many good costumes. Clea's also in that game. Nah, they're doing well then. They got some good variety. This next guy is obscure. This is Despair. He's the main villain of Cloak and Dagger. He's Dark Force Manipulation. He's one of the Lords of Fear. Like Nightmare and a bunch of like them. He's a very big villain who controls darkness itself. He can turn into shadows. He can manipulate, create monsters out of shadows. This other guy taps into the Dark Force using a Shi'ar weapon, but he's a human named Chris Powell. He's kind of a fan favorite. Darkhawk. Pretty cool. He's basically Marvel's answer to Blue Beetle. He can create weaponry out of his armor. It's through a gemstone that burrowed into his chest. He can grow wings, throw blades, create weapons, and all of them can launch energy. He's an awesome character. This next character, hugely popular, is mentioned in the game. She has a poster in the New York map for her concert. Allison Blair, aka Dazzler. We know they love music because they have Luna. Give us a Luna Snow Dazzler concert. Luna Snow and Dazzler get a team up. A music-themed team up. Make her a duelist. She has a weird power set. She can turn light into sound. And sound into light. So she can generate light explosions based on the music she's singing. That blinds people. She's echolocation, sparky, blinding, yeah. Thick, blonde, white girl, which Marvel Rivals loves, because we have like 5 of those. And also great costumes. Deadpool. This is Deadpool. He's a duelist. Swish slash swords. Pew 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 pew. He's Healy just like Wolverine. And you know what? Give him everyone's favorite interpretation of Deadpool. This one right here. His laser eye beams and single giant blade arms. Everyone loves that Deadpool. Right? Right? Everyone loves him. Look at him. He's so cute. Alright. Enough of the bit. He's, you know. It's a good reference. It's Deadpool. Deadpool's going to be in the game. It's obvious. What should be mentioned in the game is Deadpool's second child. Deadpool has 2 kids. The second one is Deadpool 2099. She is a Deadpool... She's the daughter of Deadpool and the Queen of Monsters. Had her own comic for a while. Was really fun. healing factor, massive cannons, a living turret, and a giant robot dragon. Make her a Vanguard. Lady Death, probably not, but I think Lady Death would be a fun cameo. Ties in with Deadpool, ties in with Thanos, has a humanoid form, has their skeleton form. Was recently played by Aubrey Plaza in the Agatha show. This is a character that does not get enough hype, but is an awesome character. It's a United States soldier who signed up to be brought back with cybernetic enhancements, but did not realize he'd be brought back as a friggin' zombie cyborg monster called Deathlock, and they were turned into living weapons, and his name is Michael, and he fought back against the programming to stop the Deathlock program. He's great. Artificial aiming eye, plasma pistols, cyber durability, adamantium skeleton. Come on, it's awesome. The other one is actually in the game. There's a giant statue of the Destroyer in the Yigsgard level. Probably not, though. Too damn big. They literally show him in the game, and you come up to, like, here. You come up to part of his shin. Diamondback. Spy, former villain, turned hero, turned vigilante, turned villain. Back and forth, back and forth. Duelist, she has a super soldier serum. Gymnast, throwing diamond blades. She's a fun character. Doc Samson is a very old school Marvel character who's a therapist and doctor who got infected with gamma radiation and is actually the Hulk's therapist. He's currently the Sasquatch too, which is another Marvel character. He kind of got merged with him. It's weird. But make him a Vanguard, strength, telepathic defenses, self-resurrection. Every time he dies, he just comes back. Oh yeah, the Destroyer is dope. The Destroyer is such a cool design. But I think it would be a better, like, villain, maybe like a one-off thing to fight. If they ever do, like, a raid-style thing, I think it would be cool to fight the Destroyer. Let's talk Doom. We have two Dooms in this game. Doom and Doom 2099. I think it's wild, but I don't think we're going to see Doom as playable characters for a long time. I think he's a better villain and story point than he is character. I think we're likely to get one, maybe, and it would be the original Doom. In the comics, Doom 2099 is Doctor Doom's mind in the body of a different Doom body. It's weird. If you ever want a weird time, look up Doom 2099's origin in the comics. It's weird. But Doctor Doom would probably be a Vanguard. I don't know, because would the two characters be similar? Would you get one, the other one would be a skin? I don't know. Fan favorite, Doc Ock. Dr. Otto Octavius. Be a Vanguard. Wall climbing, giant robot arms. This is an easy one. Grappling, tossing. He can mount on the walls. One arm sweeps down, grabs someone, and throws them away. One arm is all focused on laser blasts. This is a no-brainer. Speaking of cool doctors who are underappreciated, Dr. Bong. I just love him. His name is Dr. Bong. He's durable. He goes bong. He has a hitty hand. He hits his own helmet with his giant maul hand to create sonic booms. He's so stupid. I love Dr. Bong. Yes, he is an amazing character. Domino. Made popular by Deadpool 2, but she's also an awesome character. She had a skin in Fortnite, so she has some popularity and relevance. Duelist. She's incredibly lucky. She has probability manipulation powers. I don't know how that would work. Would that be her shield and it's just luck that she's not getting hit? But her things hit more, so maybe she has like a higher crit chance? Is her luck? Yeah. Doc Ock being like a wall base, like moving along walls, so he'd be much more advantageous on certain maps than others. Because ground-based characters like Hulk, Magneto can work on a lot of maps. Flying characters like Strange work on a lot of maps. He would be a wall-based character. It's very angular. You have to know your maps, know your angles to be Doc Ock. Dr. Druid ties a lot in with Doctor Strange lore. He's a weird and obscure character, but he's pretty cool. And has a lot of weird ritual powers. So you can see there, like, animal control, glowing orbs. This next character I love. Another member of the Great Lakes Arena teamed up with Squirrel Girl, Doorman. He can turn himself into a door. If he stands in front of a wall, you can phase through whatever's behind him. And he can create orbs of dark force, and he can sense death because he became a manifestation of death. It's weird. I love Doorman. We'll never see Doorman in this game, but I love him. Dormammu. I think Dormammu is a little too powerful. Let's look down here at his list of powers. Strong, Dark God, Banishment, Matter Manipulation, Pyrokinesis, Teleportation, Flight, Astral Protection, Summoning, Immortality, Invulnerability, Strength, Healing, Resurrection, Reality Warping, Power Gifting, Size Alteration, Time Travel. He'd be an awesome villain. He'd be a great story villain. He'd be a bad character. Do you know who'd be a great character? Someone who's been incredibly popular over the last 2 to 3 years? The son of Dormammu, Doyle. Yes, Dormammu has a son named Doyle Dormammu, who is a student of Doctor Strange and Doctor Doom. He was at the Strange Academy, which became the Doom Academy when Doom became Sorcerer Supreme. And he's amazing. And no one trusts him because he's a little Dormammu, but he's trying to stand up to his dad and not become the inheritor of the Dark Dimension. Yeah, no problem. He's a magic body, he controls fire. He has time portals. He's great. I love Doyle Dormammu, and you should too. Dracula. Nope. Dracula's done. They defeated him. Ratatoskr impaled him. He's in the game. This is his in-game art. He's already dead. Nope. Dupe. Dupe is great. He's a joke character. He's on the X-Men team. He's a little floating blob. He's a fun joke character, though. Levitation, cohesion, sticky splats. That's what's shape changing. And he's a great dancer. He has the power of funk. Not joking. Look it up. Dupe. Dragon Man, who's a Fantastic Four villain turned Fantastic Four ally. He's a giant robotic dragon who actually becomes the teacher of the children of the Fantastic Four and the Future Foundation. He's their teacher. He's reprogrammed by Reed Richards to become an ally. He can fly, he has fire breath, he's just a big dung robot dragon that gets reprogrammed to a super intelligent teacher. I love Dragon Man. I really do. He's so much fun in the Future Foundation comics. I think this character is a no-brainer. Drax the Destroyer. Obviously popularized recently by Dave Bautista. He also has a lot of weird stuff. He's actually a human in the comics who's turned into Drax the Destroyer. And they've redone his origin multiple times, but that was his original origin. He's super durable. I'd say maybe like he has alternate stances with like close range heavy melee knives to a switchable long range cannon that incredibly slows him down. But make him durable and make him powerful, because that's what Drax is all about. He was trapped in an alternate dimension, one-on-one battling Doom, and I think it was called the Cancerverse. That sounds awful, battling Thanos one-on-one for decades. Come on, you gotta do Drax. And then give us the Batista skin. Speaking of... Oh, no, later. I think this character has also gotten incredibly popular over the past few years. She premiered in the Young X-Men comics from the early 2000s. She is a mutant, a young teenage mutant, who can turn into and control sand. Sand form, sandstorms, dust clouds, but she's pretty popular in Marvel Snap, I understand, but she's also a member of the Champions with Miles Morales and Nova and Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel. And I think it's just a good representation character. I think she's really cool. I love Dust. I'm a big fan of her character. And Druig, the last of our Ds. One of the Eternals, he's the mind-controlling one who started a cult in the Eternals movie. Yeah, mind control, illusions, heat bust. Weird character. Ebony Maw, another one of Thanos' Black Order. Floating needles, pyrokinesis, manipulation whispers. He's kind of like Thanos' right hand. Then, this character, popularized by the Hawkeye TV show and her own show, which was not very good, but I liked her turn in the Hawkeye show. Echo. Duelist, martial artist. She has some mimicry. She can copy moves she sees. Has flight, and was for a while a host to part of the Phoenix Force. So she has some cosmic power. But she's like a cool, close-range martial artist who has limited flight and limited power cosmic. And I think that's really cool. And you could do an awesome potential moveset from that. Let's quickly do those Ds. Dakin, I'd say make him a skin for Wolverine. Danny Moonstar, I'm putting up in my dream characters. I love Danny Moonstar. I can't point that out enough. Daredevil, I think, is a 100%. Despair, less than 0. Darkhawk, I'm actually putting Darkhawk in possible. He's a kind of a sleeper pick. Dazzler, I think, is an eventually. Deadpool, again, is another character that, unless they're allergic to money, Deadpool 2099, less than 0. Lady Death, less than 0. Deathlock, less than 0. Destroyer, almost no chance, because he's in the game, technically. Diamondback, I'll put her at almost no chance. Doc Samson, less than 0. Doctor Doom, I'm putting in eventually. I think it's... No, I'm putting him in likely. In Doom 2099, I'm going to say make him a skin. Yeah, we're rating Marvel heroes' chances of becoming characters. I think Doc Ock is incredibly likely. You know, I put Doc Ock in great chance. Dr. Bong? Nope. Domino? Maybe. Oh, but, you know, maybe. Possible. Dr. Druid, on the other hand, no. Doorman? No. Dormammu? No. Doyle Dormammu? No. Dracula? No. Dupe? No. Dragon Man? No. Drax the Destroyer? I'd say he's likely. We'll probably get Drax in here. Dust would be a character that I want. So Fat Cobra, Danny Moonstar, and Dust are my dream characters so far. Druig, 0. Ebony Maw, almost 0. Echo, I'd say Echo is possible. Yeah. Ease. You don't know this character. He's technically already in this game. This is Egg. He was originally known as Gold Balls. Not joking, there was an X-Men named Gold Balls. Guess what his power is? He shoots gold balls. But then they found out those orbs that he shoots are potential bundles of mutant cells. During the resurrection, the rise of X, the House of X, they found out his power is he shoots these balls of potential life. And by combining his power with 4 other mutants, it formed a group called the Five, whose powers, when combined, can literally resurrect any mutant ever. That's right, in Marvel Rivals, in Krakoa, the thing that Ultron is using, the resurrection machine that the X-Men wanted to protect on Krakoa, that Ultron stole to make himself into X-Tron, that's because of Egg. He's the reason mutants have the ability to resurrect. Those balls are balls of potential X-Men. Yeah. That being said, he's never going to be in this game. No matter how much I want him to. Ego the Living Planet. Too damn big. I don't think that needs to be explained. It's a planet. He'd make a cool level. He'd be a great level. Not a good character. Electro. Duelist, give him a living lightning form, ranged electric blasts, lightning cages. Cool Spider-Man villain. Spider-Man villains are the most iconic Marvel villains. They just are. Elektra and Elsa Bloodstone. I love Elektra. I love classic Elektra. I love her Daredevil variant, her modern costume. And Elsa Bloodstone is awesome. Recently, it was in the Werewolf by Night special on Disney+. But Elektra, leader of the Hand, weapon master, ninja, stealth, uses whip chains, uses size, very big into redirecting, awesome character. Elsa Bloodstone, daughter of the greatest monster hunter in Marvel, Ulysses Bloodstone. She's a vanguard, even though she is just a hottie boom body. Big old guns, magic blast, regeneration. And I just happened to find a picture of Elektra fighting Elsa Bloodstone. And Deadpool's there too. Awesome character. Really want to see her incorporated more in Marvel in the near future. She's really solid. Elixir. He's currently mentioned in the game. They referenced him, and people have found his name in the code of the game. He is the ultimate healer. His power is literally biology manipulation. But he has to touch you. So it's a close-range healer, but incredibly powerful healing. He was actually murdered, mauled by Wolfsbane, an ally, when he tried to heal her and restart her mutant powers. And his powers are so great, he self-healed himself, and it permanently turned his skin gold. With one exception. When his skin turns black, he can stop your biology by touching you and instantly kill. So I could see that being like an awesome buildable ult with like a one-shot, incredibly localized KO. I think that could be awesome. So I think he is a no shot. He's absolutely going to be in the game at some point. Amora the Enchantress. Very big Thor villain in a lot of Thor content. In a lot of the animated movies, in the animated shows, she's a recurring villain. She's all about summoning illusions and mind control. I think we need a summoning style character in Marvel. I think Amora would be the perfect one. She's a member of the Masters of Evil. She's a great magic villain. This guy right behind me is Eternity. Eternity is one of the Elder Gods responsible for the creation of the Marvel Universe. Too powerful. More powerful than the Beyonder, more powerful than Galactus. Too powerful. It's all powerful. I think the only being more powerful than Eternity is the One Above All and Infinity. I think Eternity and Infinity are on the same level. Then directly below them is the Living Tribunal. And then finally, Ezekiel Sims. He's a vanguard. He's a Spider-Man villain. Jumping. He's a discount Spider-Man wall-crawling stealth. And he was in the Amazon with Madam Web's mother while she was researching spiders just before she died. If you know, you know. I'm, of course, referencing that he was the villain in the incredibly successful Madam Web movie that Sony put out 2 years ago. Sorry. Ex Nihilo. He's a villain from a run in the early 2010s. He's a member of a race called the Nihilo. They were gardeners. They manipulated life on planets, and only 2 of them remained. I don't really remember the storyline. It's been a while since I read it, but I think only he and one other, a female variant, remained. And they became like villains that were trying to resettle. It dealt a lot with Null. It dealt a lot with the weird cosmic stuff. I didn't love that run. But make him a duelist, infecting origin bombs. He can turn people into living weapons. That sounds pretty neat. This guy behind me is Exodus. Very cool character. Religiously devoted to Magneto. Kind of like a cultish devotee. Vanguard. His cool thing is he's empowered by faith. So he started the Marauders. No, not the Marauders. The I'm blanking on the team he started. Maggot was there. I forget a couple others. But they were devoted to Magneto. And the more people he gets to follow him, the stronger he gets. In the fall of House of X, which is a fairly recent thing, he led all the trapped mutants through the white-hot room and became godly powerful. Because he was leading thousands of mutants on a quest. Telekinesis, flight, force fields, concussive blast, empathy, mind control. He's powerful. Eye-Boy. Big a few years ago. Kind of just around. His power is he's covered in eyes. That's his mutant power. Every one of his eyes has a different effect. Night vision. X-ray vision. Telescopic vision. Microscopic vision. Infrared vision. Aura viewing. Illusion. Perception. Blinding eye flashes. He's weird. But he's very funny. Falcon and Redwing. This is only a matter of time. We'll probably get him in a Cap skin. I think Falcon is huge. I loved the new Captain America film. I have my shield mounted up on the wall over here that I got from the theater. He's great. And give him Redwing as a companion. I love him. Redwing is a bird turret, shield wings, incredibly highly agile flight. I think he's a no-brainer character. Phantom X. You don't know who Phantom X is. Charlie, he is a living weapon, a completely engineered bioweapon with a living nervous system called Eva. That's his skin. He's an expert marksman. He was made as the ultimate, a prototype Super Sentinel, who eventually allied himself with the mutants. He has like shape-shifting weapons. He's really cool. If you want to look up a weird character, Phantom X is a weird one. Interdimensional Dragon, Fin Fan Foom. Vanguard, Giant, Fire Breath. He's too damn big. Make him a villain, make him reference, that's it. Finesse from Avengers Academy. She is the daughter of Taskmaster and has Taskmaster's powers. She can duplicate any move she sees. She has throwing sticks as her main weapons. Incredibly agile. She's more agile than Taskmaster, but isn't as strong. Because she's a teenager. I could beat up a teenager. That's neither here nor there. Firestar and Firebird. Their powers are exactly the same, but they were both very big in the 90s. Firestar a little more so, because she was in the Spider-Man and Amazing Friends animated series. Make her a strategist, flight, fire manipulation, fire constructs. Firebird, make her a vanguard, flight, fire manipulation, air manipulation, self-healing. Done. That's how you slightly differentiate these two almost identical characters. Both of these characters have been mentioned in the game. Forge has been mentioned multiple times by multiple mutants. He is the head of the Krakoan Science Division. He'd be an amazing strategist, setting up turrets, shield domes, healing grenades, EMP blasts. He can, super genius who can build anything. Meanwhile, you got Franklin Richards, the super-powered godly son of the Fantastic Four, of Reed and Sue. He's their first child. He is a reality warper. For most of his incarnation, he was a mutant, same as the X-Men. And the most powerful reality warper, he can create pocket dimensions, which each had their own individual reality, healing, time travel. They recently retconned him, so it's like, oh, actually, he's not a mutant. He just wanted to be one, so that explains why he had the X gene. Dumb. He's an X-Men, make him an X-Men. but living with the Fantastic Four and therefore accepted, to show the hypocrisy of the heroes in the universe. Done. Not going to be in the game because he's too powerful. Don't think I need to say anything else. I love this guy. I've made it clear that I love the Great Lakes Avengers. His name is Flatman. What if Mr. Fantastic was rolled over by a steamroller? Then you'd get Flatman. He's on the team with Squirrel Girl. Stretchy, elastic body, durable. He can wrap himself around things. He can lay down completely flat on the ground and hide himself. And he can fold himself like origami. What is not to love about Flatman? This next character who's done some stuff over the past few years, I love him. His name is Gentle. He is a mutant on the Young X-Men who's actually Wakandan. He's from Wakanda, and his mutation is ultimate unlimited strength. They said he can be the strongest hero, but the more he uses it, it literally tears his body apart. He can't use his full strength, but he has unlimited strength. So he has vibranium tattoos. They literally imbued his body with vibranium to contain his mass. But he has meditation where he can become this, like, super tank. Come on. That's as tanky as you get. But it could be, like, the more strength he uses, he does self-damage. Something like that could be a cool character. Galactus and Galacta. Galactus in the game. She's the announcer. Galactus is not in the game, but he's been referenced. We're not going to see them playable. But I think we might get to see Galactus as an announcer, and we might get to see some story of Galacta and Galactus. I think that could be a lot of fun. Speaking of Galactus, the Heralds of Galactus. He famously has one big herald that everyone knows, but he has other heralds, like Anti-Man, Firelord, Stardust, Terrax the Tamer, who's probably his second most famous herald. They all have different powers: antimatter control, cosmic fire, water, black holes, and star creation, earth manipulation, and earthquakes. They're weird characters. We might see them referenced. We're never going to see them in game. Gambit. Charging, card throws, the staff vaulting. This is him as Death, the Horseman, which I think we're going to get in X-Men 97 with his beignets. He shot out of his daddy's dick. Look at him. Chantates, we love him. We love Gambit. I highly expect us to get a playable Gambit. Speaking of characters, I think it's very likely we're going to get Gamora. Duelist, blade user, energy blades, throwing blades. She kind of just uses swords and guns. But she also has tons of awesome costumes. And none of these are the MCU variant. But look at them all. This is when she got possessed by the Black Vortex and became an unlimited godly version of herself. Ghost. In the current Thunderbolts, phase through walls, make it phase through destructible objects, necrotic touch, heal packs, be a cool strategist, like a very agile strategist who can slip through walls to escape enemies and get to allies quickly. Gilgamesh from the Eternals, invulnerable, strong, ground smash, energy blast. That's kind of it. Gladiator is Marvel's Superman, one of Marvel's Superman. There's a couple, but he's Marvel's Superman in space. Flight, invulnerability, speed, heat vision. That's a Superman starter pack as you get. Of the Shi'ar Empire, very cool character though. The Ghost Riders. There are 3 main Ghost Riders in the Marvel Universe. One of them is the most popular. One of them is kind of popular. One is underappreciated. Johnny Blaze is the Nicolas Cage one. Stunt performer, Daredevil, made a deal with the devil, so on and so forth. Should have been named Daredevil, because that makes more sense. Anyway, the Ghost Rider, his replacement was Danny Ketch all the way down there at the end, who has a cool-looking angular bike. Make Danny Ketch a skin. Robbie Reyes is my favorite recent one. I would do Robbie Reyes as a playable one, and he could summon his car as an ult, or do the penance there sell. They all use flaming chain whips. They all tank damage. They're awesome. Love Ghost Rider. We will see Ghost Rider. Speaking of groups, the Spider People. There are so goddamn many Spider People. I'm going to fly through this because a lot of them are similar and a lot of them are just Spider-Man, so we'll probably not get them. I think the one we're most likely to get, though, is Ghost Spider. It is not Spider-Gwen. That's dumb. It is Ghost Spider. Make her a duelist, spider senses, spider control, wall crawling, web slinging, wall running, and the bio web sniping. So make her a not close range spider, make her a distance spider who can snipe webs from afar to bind and damage. She's a lot of cool costumes already too, because she's blown up in popularity. Anti-Venom and Agent Venom. There are question marks here, because we already have an Anti-Venom skin, and I think we should get a good Agent Venom skin. Technically, that's Agent Anti-Venom, I realize. It's fine. Because Anti-Venom is Eddie Brock, Agent Venom is Flash Thompson, who are both kind of in the game. But I would do like a shooty version. These would both be costumes. Carnage. I think this is a no-brainer. Make him a duelist version of Venom. Make him like shift and craft weapons out of his tendrils. Long-range tendrils attack, infecting enemies with his Carnage goo to symbiote to essentially mimic poison. I have down here the Absolute Carnage version too, who's just so sick his design that during the Null storyline, oh, it's awesome. I love Carnage. These characters are both currently in the game. Karn, the Master Weaver, and Spider-Zero. They're intricately tied with the Spider-Verse storylines, and their models are already in the game. Karn would be a Vanguard. He's a big mecha Spider-Boy, life absorption, wall crawling, and portal creation. Spider-Zero also in this game. Healing web zones, so she creates like areas of web that heal. She has her reality warping web, super jumps, web swinging, all of the spider powers. Miles Morales. Love Miles. I don't know how you would do Miles in here, so I made him a strategist. He has his bio shocking webs, his camouflage, and his venom blasts. Maybe make his web blasts healing related? I don't know. He's not different enough from Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2099, if I had to do him as one, it would be a Vanguard. He has his talons and fangs, so he does a lot of damage, and he has tactical scanning, but he's bulkier and durable. These two are, I love Miguel and Miles. I don't know how you would do them in this game. Spider-Woman, a duelist, launching and gliding, Venom Bioshock Blast. Again, she's very similar to Spider-Man, but she's more glidey. Silk, very similar to Spider-Man. I'd have her be more of a strategist who can like create hardened web weapons, because she's very big on turning her web into items. Maybe enhance spider senses. I don't know. Again, I think these characters would be awesome, but I don't think they're likely. One of Spider-Man's sidekicks, Aranya. Spider-Man light, but she has some cool abilities. She can summon a spider ghost exoskeleton. She can shoot web boluses to trip people. Maybe set up like traps. Has a Spirit of the Hunter Berserker state. And then this girl's over here. I like her a lot. She's the sidekick to Eddie Brock. Her name is Mania. She got renamed Silence. So the black version right here is Mania, and this white version is Silence. She's a goth teenager sidekick to Eddie Brock's Agent Venom. She summons a giant symbiote wrench. She can control Hellfire, create hell portals. What if Agent Venom was a angry teenage girl with hell-based powers? Fun, but unlikely. Scream, the other, not Venom and not Carnage, probably the third most well-known symbiote. Giant hair tentacles. That's all she's really got going for her. She can lift herself, shoot spears made out of her hair tentacles. And then Madam Web. I mean, no, this one. Strategist, I guess. She can see the future. She can talk to people with her mind. Not a good character. Make a cameo. Random character mentions: Shadowcat, Scourge, Blob, Weapon X, Maximus, Wrecking Crew. Hey, bud, I got a lot of those. I already did Wrecking Crew. I already did Blob. Null. Null is going to be a main villain, probably of the next arc or the arc after that. I think we should get a bunch of symbiote-style skins when we go up against Null. But I don't believe he'll ever be playable. Love this guy, Glob Herman. He's grown in popularity. His design is very striking. He can set himself on fire and not be affected by it. He has waxy skin, he takes reduced damage, and he's strong and tough. That's kind of all he's got going. He's a young X-Men. He's best friends with Quentin Quire, Kid Omega. This next character, super friggin' weird. Very interesting. Meet Good Boy. You see that blue-haired young girl? Her family has the power to shapeshift into one animal. But they have to pick that animal when they're young. She's a teenager who's obsessed with furry culture. She created a fursona because she's perpetually on the internet, and it had a weird side effect. She created a boy werewolf as her fursona, so when she, again, teenage girl transforms, she becomes a blue-skinned boy werewolf named Good Boy, who's a member of the Great Lake Avengers. Again, the Great Lake Avengers are super weird. Flatman, Doorman, Big Bertha, Squirrel Girl, Good Boy. Come on. Super weird. We'll never see this in anything. Goose the Cat. I love Goose. Grew in popularity with the movie. Endless tentacles and a pocket dimension stomach. We're not going to see Goose. We might, though, see Gore the God Butcher. Not the bastardized version we saw in Love and Thunder. Real Gore the God Butcher. All black the symbiote blade. Matter manipulation. He can turn his cloak into wings and armor. Summon symbiote hounds. Duplicate his blade to throw endless swords. He's awesome. Gore the God Butcher is such a cool villain. The Grandmaster. Jeff Goldblum. Strategist. He's one of the ancient, same as like the Collector and the Beyonder. He's one of the elders of the universe. And his whole thing is setting up games and challenges. And ruling over people. Healing, resurrection, traps. I'd say he'd be a cool announcer. Probably not a playable character. Speaking of cool characters, though, Graviton. Many people don't know Graviton. They should. He was the Avengers' first villain in the comics. He was the threat the Avengers teamed up to defeat. He can manipulate his durability and gravity. He can create fields of high gravity that slow down everything in it. He can turn rubble into telekinetic bullets. He can create black holes. He's an awesome villain. He had a really cool turn in, I believe Franklin Hall is his name, in Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And they redid his story all the way down there at the end in the live-action Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show. And it was really cool. It had some really awesome fight scenes at the end. This character is highly likely. Gobbo, the Green Goblin. I would make him a flying vanguard. Has the Goblin Glider, has Goblin Gas, has low damage pumpkin bombs. But his ult, have him transform into the Ultimate Universe Green Goblin. A giant flaming demon goblin. You could do the Norman Osborn live-action Spider-Man variant. He has so many cool skins and designs. Green Goblin's a no-brainer. These are some random characters. Grim Reaper. Big in the Vision Quest storyline. Assassin, works for Hydra, has a spinning scythe arm, eventually taps into the powers of necromancy, and he can summon this robotic platform to fly him around. He's an interesting character. Guardian of Alpha Flight. I love Guardian. He's cybernetic strength, flight, plasma blasts. He can create like funnels to move things. He's an awesome character. And look at that Canadian as hell design. Havoc. Brother of Cyclops, duelist, energy absorption, shockwave, plasma, blast, flight. I think I'm done with all the G's, and I haven't done this in a while. So let's quickly run back here. Egg, less than 0. Ego, less than 0. Electro, possible. Electra, eventually.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Nope. Elsa Bloodstone, possible. Elixir, I think, has a great chance. Enchantress, eventually. Eternity, less than 0. Ezekiel Sims, less than 0. Ex Nihilo, less than 0. Exodus, less than 0. Eyeboy, less than 0. Falcon, likely. Phantom X, unlikely. There's almost no chance. Fin Fang Foom, almost no chance. Finesse, less than 0. Firestar, Firebird. You know, I'm going to move Firestar up. We have another fire character with Johnny Storm. Forge is mentioned. I think he is likely. Franklin Richards. I'm going to put him in possible. Flatman. Nope. Gentle. Nope. Galactus. Make him a voice. Galacta. Nope. Anti-Man. No. 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 Those are the 4 Heralds of Galactus. Gambit, though. I'd say Gambit is extremely likely. You know, I'd say Gambit has a great chance. And I would also say Gamora has a great chance. No, Gamora is likely. Same as Drax. Yeah. Ghost. Very popular. Recently I put Ghost in possible. Gilgamesh, no. Gladiator, possible. The Ghost Riders. I'd say Johnny Blaze is likely. I'd say Danny Ketch, less than 0. Robbie Reyes, possible. Actually, I'm going to move Danny Ketch up 1 to almost no chance. Yeah, so they're all 1 or 2 tiers apart. Ghost Spider. I'm going to put Ghost Spider in likely, but I don't know how she would differentiate. Anti-Venom. Nope. Agent Venom. Make him a skin. Carnage. I'd say Carnage is likely. Karn. No. Spider-Zero. Possible. Miles. I'm putting a lot of these in possible. You know what? No, Miles. I'm sorry. Miles, make him a skin. 2099, make him a skin. Spider-Woman is possible. Silk is possible. Aranya, unlikely. Mania, less than 0. Scream, possible. Madam Web, no. Null, no. Glob Herman, no. Good Boy, no. Goose, no. Gore the God Butcher, possible. Grandmaster, make him a voice. Gravitron, no. Green Goblin, I'm gonna put him in likely. Grim Reaper, almost no. Guardian, no. Havoc, no. Alright, we're making good progress. What a reasonable list I made. I'm gonna start picking up the pace a little bit. Heimdall. Vanguard version of Thor. Thor's already a Vanguard version. All-seeing, I don't know how you do something all-seeing. Hazmat is an awesome character. Can't control her powers, has radiation emitting biology, light generation, toxic aura, things around her take damage. She's a cool character. Hobgoblin, worst version of Green Goblin. Hellcat, worst version of Black Cat, but more martial arts focused. And has magic for a short time in the comics. Really done dirty in the Jessica Jones show. Should have been cooler. Damon Hellstrom, the son of Satan. Pyrokinesis, kind of hero sometimes, or anti-hero sometimes, straight up murderous villain sometimes. Hepzibah, the girlfriend of Cyclops' space dad. She's a skunk woman who can manipulate pheromones and create energy weapons. Weird. Hercules, super strong, godly strength, golden mace, a Leonian avatar where he turns into a giant star lion. That sounds hella cool. The High Evolutionary. The High Evolutionary. Flight, Vanguard, Vulnerability, Plasma Rays, Telekinesis, Adaptive Armor. So many possible things. Be a cool villain, be a bad playable character. The Hood. Just got teased as going to be the main villain of the Ironheart show. I think that's not giving him enough credit. He is an awesome villain. He basically stole the boots and cloak of Dormammu that gave him all of these powers. Infernokinesis, controlling hell. Demon form, invisibility, teleportation, airwalking, energy control. He is an awesome villain. He can resurrect people. He's a great strategist with a hell of a lot of attacks. You could do a lot with that. This is a character I bet you didn't expect to see. Hiro Takachiko and Baymax. Yes, Hiro and Baymax from Big Hero 6 are Marvel characters. That's a Marvel movie. They completely redid him because he's a badass robot that can transform himself as a human or a dragon monster. Or a friggin' Gundam. But make him a Vanguard. Multiple forms, rockets, deployable sensors to track enemies, flight, super strength. He's an awesome character. Super friggin' violent. Hitmonkey. Right off the heels of a hit TV show on Hulu that went underappreciated. Rapid fire marksmanship. A fire sword. He has a ghost assassin. He's an agile monkey. What else can I say about Hitmonkey? A monkey trained by a ghost assassin. Hive. Hive has been seen in the game's data. This is not a real thing. This is something that someone put together. Hive, aka Alvius. We have his abilities leaked. Deadly Parasite, Painful Lashing, Accelerated Transformation. I think he's going to have a transformation, like he can infect Parasite that deals dot damage or damage over time. Giant tentacles, biological slime blasts. This version down here was the live action from the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show. Basically, Hive is an elder demon who is trapped on a planet called Malvis, and connected to Earth through a portal. That is what they're digging up in the Hydra base. And that's the elder god that's currently infected Bucky Barnes. Just saying, we're gonna see him. Howard the Duck. I love Howard the Duck. Joke character. He has Duckwardian physiology. He has high reflexes. He can throw knives. He is technically trained under Stephen Strange and has magic. I'd make him an announcer though. Hummingbird of the New Warriors, cool character, underappreciated. Strategist, fear induction, telepathic illusions, sacred fire generation. She's a really cool character for the New Warriors. If you don't know her, maybe you should find out. Hope Summers, one of the 5, the Mutant Messiah, literally X-Men Jesus. The first mutant born after M-Day, when 90% of the world's mutants lost their powers. She can amplify the powers of others. That's her main thing, so I think she'd be a cool Vanguard strategist. Being that she's incredibly durable, but she can also amplify and or nullify the powers of others. And when she's at her peak power, she can kind of like channel the power of her followers. From the Young Avengers, Hulkling. He's half Kree, half Skrull. The prophesized Emperor of Space. This sword is called Excelsior and proves that he is the king of space. He was raised on Earth, though, as a person named Teddy. His nickname was Hulkling, though, because he's big and green. And he has Kree stuff, so he can, like, or Skrull stuff, so he can grow arms. Yeah, he's awesome. And grow wings. He's pretty cool. Husk, the sister of Cannonball. She was big in the 90s. She's an omnimorph. She can tear off her skin, and whatever under her skin is a new power. So she has a magma form, a metal form, a light form. She has all these powers, but she just tear off her skin to act it. It's weird. Hyperion, one of the many Marvel Supermen. Strong, flurable, X-ray vision, atomic laser eyes. Worst version of Sentry and Gladiator. But he's pretty big in the comics. Iceman, one of the original X-Men. Duelist, cold generation, ice gliding, building ice contracts, causing blizzard. He is a Omega level mutant that controls temperature. Icarus. Very powerful. Again, another Superman duplicate. Strong speed, heat vision, telekinesis, and teleportation. The bad guy from the Eternals movie, and he's awesome. Very powerful. We're flying through these. Impossible Man, a Fantastic Four villain, and sometimes ally, usually villain. Fourth wall breaker, crazy, chaotic. He's omnifarious. He can manipulate molecules in himself and change himself to do anything he wants. Stretching, his giant muscle form, levitation, teleportation. He can duplicate himself. There's this character, Inferno, who was really big a few years ago when Marvel was pushing the Inhumans to replace the X-Men, and it didn't work. His name is Dante. He can turn himself into fire and lava, and can create geothermal explosions. Then there's another one of the Elder Gods, Infinity. Too powerful. Too much. Absolutely way too much. We're in the Iron Legion now. Iron Lad. Who's actually a young version of Kang the Conqueror, who stole Kang's Iron Man armor, which is like in a museum, time traveled back. He's a descendant of Mr. Fantastic and Sue Storm. His name is Nathaniel Richards, and he will grow up to be Kang. But he used neural-controlled armor, concussive blast, flight, and his armor can connect with other people and give them powers. He's pretty cool. Ironmonger, a villain played by Jeff Bridges in the first Iron Man movie. Vanguard, limited flight, shockwave slams, heavy and slow guns. I'm trying to do different variations of Iron Man. I love this variation of Iron Patriot. Vanguard, rocket launchers, nano summonable armor, gas pellets, stun lasers, force field scanners. Her name is Tony Ho. You might recognize the name Ho as the doctor who saved Tony's life when he was in the cave. Was Tenzin Ho, I think. This is his daughter. This is the daughter of the man who saved Tony's life in the cave, who helped Tony make and replace the magnet at his heart, his mini arc reactor, and his daughter became Iron Patriot. Iron Patriot was in the comics. It was Norman Osborn. In the MCU, it was Rhodey. In the comics, Tony replaced him as Iron Patriot and took up that mantle, but became a good hero version. Iron Heart, Riri Williams, the most advanced suit since Iron Man, blah, blah, blah. I feel like she was done dirty in the movie, in the second Wakanda movie. I hope she does better in her own show. Summonable repulsor turrets. I'd say make her a strategist. She wielded some of the rings of the Mandarin for a while. So that could be cool. Tapping that in, but like making her a more high-speed healing variant of Iron Man. I think that could be neat. Isaac Newton has become a major character in the Marvel Universe. I'm not joking. Scientist Isaac Newton, Marvel has turned into one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and also one of the founders of Hydra, I believe. He has longevity, healing. He was the sorcerer and scientist supreme of Earth for a while in his day. He can summon Da Vinci's armor. Yeah, that's a thing. Force field energy manipulation. He's just a weird guy. Isaiah Bradley, the Black Captain America. If you liked the Falcon and Winter Soldier show, if you watched the new movie, you know how important Isaiah Bradley is. He's awesome. And he was captured and tortured by the American government for stealing and taking the name Captain America to save lives. Goddamn hero, I love it. Red, Blue, and Black is the name of the comic. Really good, really solid comic, worth a read. Peak strength, durability, make him a Vanguard, add some hints of duelist. Jack Flag, one of the Guardians of the Galaxy, very obscure character, had a cameo in the Guardians of the Galaxy game from a couple years ago. Love Jack Flag. Duelist, he has the Hyde formula. I'll get to Hyde later. Healing factor, missile launcher, boombox. Yeah. Entangling rockets. He's just a cool Guardians of the Galaxy comedic relief character. J. Jonah Jameson. He would be an amazing announcer, but you have to make sure whenever he talks about Spider-Man, whenever Spider-Man plays in the game, he insults him. Speaking of J. Jonah Jameson, meet J. Jonah Jameson III, because J. Jonah Jameson is actually J. Jonah Jameson Jr., and this is J. Jonah Jameson III. He's Manwolf. He wore the Jupiter armor, which is that yellow suit, went into space, merged with the Godstone that allows him to absorb energy, but it only absorbs lunar energy and turns him into a wolf. The Manwolf. Weird, but cool. Jack-o'-lantern. Spider-Man villain, pumpkin bombs, nanobot candy bombs, a flying broom. He's a weird character, obscure. I like him, no one else does. Jack of Hearts, underappreciated Avenger. Hope they bring him into the MCU, because he's awesome. He has 0-point energy, beams, destructive superpowers. He's a really cool character, Jack of Hearts. Jackal, responsible for the Clone Saga. Endlessly clones Spider-Man. Make him a scientist, make him a strategist, give him stun claws, a cloning enemy, so he can create a duplicate of a select enemy that purely targets them. I think that would be awesome. So you're being attacked by a Hulk from the other team, you create a copy of the Hulk that hunts down that Hulk. As like a mid-level NPC. Jocasta, the wife of Ultron. Created, Ultron is Hank Pym's memories. This is created using the Wasp's memories. Kind of becomes an anti-hero, becomes a straight-up hero at times. Make her a Vanguard to counter Ultron, though. Strength, durable speed, technoforming. She can instantly turn her body parts into weapons, like hand beams and force fields. That's pretty neat. Jessica Jones, Jewel, Power Woman. Call her whatever you want. Vanguard, super strength flight, and a shield-breaking punch. She is one of the strongest characters in Marvel, and she is awesome. Yeah. Jubilee. I love Jubilee. We all love Jubilee. Duelist, blinding attacks, hard like claws. She became Wolverine for a while when she was a vampire. Don't ask. and turned her exploding light fireworks into hard light claws. Flash bangs and distractions. This is her charging up her own body and turning herself into a subatomic bomb. That's an ult if I've ever seen one. Turning yourself into a living bomb. Juggernaut. Come on. He's the Vanguardiest Vanguard. He's durable. He's unstoppable. I'd say he gains powers as he breaks the level. Make use of the destructible environments. The more he breaks, the stronger he becomes. Also, his helmet is durable and makes him immune to, like, Emma's mind control. But also give him a passive. If he gets shot in the head, he actually builds his ultimate faster. I think that'd be awesome. He has some cool variants. This is the Cyttorak version. This is him on the X-Men, on X-Force, I believe. This is him with as Guardian Magic. He has some cool stuff. Jennifer Kale was recently in the Agatha show. But she's a very powerful witch. Is she Witchfire? I don't remember. Deals with a lot of the hell stuff that Magic has to deal with, so she's tied in very closely with Magic's story. She dated Nightcrawler for a long time. Magic bolts, shields, fire rings, can create items, can summon this armor up here called the Witch Armor. This is Justice, leader of the New Warriors. Vanguard, levitation, force fields. Like, I like the idea that stronger at close range, weaker at long range. So, like, he's not good against sniping enemies, but he's very good in close range combat. And a shockwave beam that's more effective on destructible environment. Like, it wipes away the environment. He's a pretty cool character. Very cool leader. These are some obscure characters that I love. Khazar and Zabu. Khazar is the king of the Savage Land. He was trapped in Antarctica. There's a small pocket where dinosaurs still exist. And he became its ruler. He was trapped there as a child, grew up alongside a saber-toothed tiger named Zabu, and became the king of the Savage Land. I think they would be an awesome duo. Like, you could hop on Zabu and ride him around the map for super speed. Jump off him and use a spear and a knife. He has a time knife. I don't know how we would do a time knife, but he's awesome. This next one, Kahori, she was introduced in the What If TV show. She has cosmic energy built in her body, energy sapping, force fields, energy blasts. She's a really cool designed character who recently made her way into the comics. Kang the Conqueror and Karnilla the Queen of Norns. Both villains. I think they'd be great as villains. Kang especially. Battle armor, time travel, hover pod, blaster gauntlet, shifting weaponry. He's an amazing villain, and the MCU is effing up using him. Because they tried to make every single character the same actor, expecting nothing to go wrong with this one actor. Use different variants of Kang. That's the point of Kang. Karnilla, Queen of the Norns, is a Thor villain. She controls destiny. She can redirect attacks, control cosmic energy to create lasers or constructs. She can alter her size. And then she can use the Norn Stones, which have random effects based on the 9 realms of the cosmos. Kate Bishop. Hawkeye. Mega strategist version of Hawkeye with more of the trick arrows. Explosive arrows, bomb arrows, bola, trap arrows. The Hank Pym giant growing arrow. Some cool options. Campaign, you mentioned her. Shadowcat, Kitty Pryde, Kate Pryde, whatever you want to call her. She's the Red Queen currently on Krakoa, which is that cool red coat variant up there. She has the dragon Lockheed, who's an alien dragon, as a support. Phasing through destructible environments, and her phase state allows her to avoid damage, get in close and attack with swords or combat. She'd be a fun melee character. Khonshu. Nope. Too powerful. He's straight up God. But you can do a lot of cool stuff with Khonshu and the God level. Maybe make him an announcer. I don't know. Kid Omega, Quentin Quire. I love Quentin. He's had so much growth over the years and has become such a fun character. He's an Omega level mutant. He tapped into the Phoenix Force for a while. A lot of options. I feel like there's too many other good options though, but he's still really cool. And has a lot of great costumes and ironic t-shirts. Like obviously Magneto was a thing for a while, so he had a t-shirt that said Cyclops was left. Killmonger. Everyone loves Killmonger, particularly the version from the movies. But magically enhanced body. He has a divine symbiote suit that can create endless weapons. And he dual wields spears. He's an awesome character. Kingpin, thick king. He got them hands, and he has a taser cane. But that's kind of it. Nothing really to say there. Kingo from the Eternals. Energy launching katanas and finger guns. Pew 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 pew. Kl'rt the Super Skrull has all the powers of the Fantastic Four to lesser degrees, but he can combine them. Giant flaming stone fists, explosive barriers with stone shrapnel, ranged burning grapples. He's awesome, so make him a Duelist Vanguard combo. And you could have a lot of weird potential powers by combining the Fantastic Four's gifts. Maybe like the double jump of Invisible Woman, followed by a Thing Slam. You know? Claw. Enemy of Black Panther and Fantastic Four. Has a body of living sound trapped in armor. This is his living sound form. But he can do Sonic Blast. He can focus his Sonic Beam to slice through anything. This is Clue, the anti-Hulk, who's one of the personalities of Hulk. He'd be a good costume. Stronger than the Hulk, but more squishy. Korg. Big Rock. Friends with Hulk in the comics and Thor in the movies. Part of the war bond of the Hulk. Korvac, a really cool space villain that I hope they do something with in the MCU. He's a human turned all-powerful cosmic cyborg who can absorb the power of cosmic and give him all sorts of powers. He'd be a great villain in something. Kraven the Hunter. I think this is only a matter of time until we get Kraven. So many cool costumes. Long action with sniper rifle, spear, and net. Make him tracking focused, like he could see where characters walked. Karma of the Young X-Men. I love Karma. She's a really cool character. Maybe she can, like, she's all about psychic hiding and puppeteering, so she can possess people. Maybe she could see the enemy screens or hide your allies' health bars, something like that. A very meta way of playing. Curse, who was a villain in the second Thor movie, who was like a minion, but he's a cool Vanguard, hyper durability, immune to pain, has living armor. In the movie, he has the black hole grenades that are pretty cool weapons. Our Lady Trio, Lady Bullseye, Lady Deathstrike, and Lady Sif. Lady Bullseye, Duelist, enemy of Hitmonkey, throwing needles, long-range rifles. Lady Deathstrike, Claws in the second X-Men movie. She's the extendable claws, arm extensions, anti-duelist specialist. So while Wolverine is an anti-tank specialist, she's a duelist who excels at taking out other duelists. And Lady Sif, duelist strength durability, the realm-cutting sword, and powerful knockback. She can, like, blow up and create holes in dimensions. Leader and Legion and Leader. The Leader, Hulk villain, has a gamma-powered brain, recently featured in Captain America Brave New World. Strategist, obviously, healing drones, gamma infusion tech. his whole thing is he infuses other beings with gamma. If you read the Immortal Hulk storyline with the Green Door, which is referenced in this game, the leader I could totally see him here. Legion, the son of Charles Xavier, one of the most powerful mutants, has dissociative identity disorder and has powers based on which personality he has. So if he's in Jack form, he's a telekinetic. If he's Cindy, he has pyrokinesis. The Clown has mouth lasers. Styx can drain life. Lord Trauma is a telepath. And the Legion, which is this all-powerful, crazy combination, is a reality warper. I think he's too insane and has too many options to be playable. These are weird characters. Lightspeed is a member of the Power Pack, which was very popular in the 80s, 90s. It was like a children's story. Recently, though, she's been in Avengers Academy. She's been in Runaways. I think she could be a cool character. High-speed flight. Hey! Miati Lors, how you doing today? I'm just hanging out. We're talking about characters I want to see in Marvel Rivals. I'm going through pretty much every Marvel character, seeing what their chances are of them ending up in Marvel Rivals. We're on some weird characters like Lightspeed and Living Lightning, who was this old school 80s character that recently rejoined the Avengers as Lightning. But he has an electric form, he can summon an electric ghost, he can fly. When he's in lightning form, he can fly, control light, create lightning shields. Weird stuff. Could be a cool duelist. The Living Tribunal. One of the most powerful beings in Marvel. Absolutely not should be in this game. No way. Could be referenced, could be shown, should not be in this game. Lizard. Awesome. I love Lizard. Great villain in the Spider-Man verse. Make him a strategist / Vanguard. Durable beast with moderate heals. He has like self-regeneration and like a healing gas, so like an area heal, like a low-level healing gas. Longshot is in the old X-Men comics. He deals a lot with like Mojo and stuff. Would be a cool duelist. Probability alteration, perfect aim, tracking shots. He's a cool character, but he's not popular enough to justify being in here. Loa is more popular than I thought. She keeps showing up and stuff. Avengers Academy, Young X-Men. This is her Hellfire outfit. She has a Hellfire Gala outfit. She's a surfer who can glide through the earth and glide on the floor. And her mutant power is anything that touches her breaks. So I could see her being a duelist who's all about shield shredding. Who's made to cut through enemy shields. Lyra is the She-Hulk of another world, who's actually the daughter of Thundra and the Hulk of that dimension. And she came to the main dimension. She joined the Fantastic Four for a while. Has a sentient bracelet that talks to her. Can sense enemy weaknesses and attack them. So I think that could be a cool take on She-Hulk. But there's probably another more popular She-Hulk out there. Luke Cage. Power Man. I think this is a no-brainer. He's immensely popular. Everyone loves Luke Cage. This is him as the mayor of New York. Netflix show. Power Man. I said Jessica Jones should be in this, so I think Luke Cage is a no-brainer as well. He should be a super powerful Vanguard with like an indestructible mode. MODOK. MODOK is just funny. Make it a Vanguard, make it levitation, psionic bolts, force fields. There's so many things you could do with MODOK. He's AIM. He has the super MODOK variants. M'Baku the Man-Ape is a weird one. Because he has so much variability. Old M'Baku, with the white ape cloak, probably not. M'Baku from the Black Panther movies is beloved and is a really cool character. He actually has a variation, though. In the comics, the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, he has a variant, and he can summon ape auras and ape constructs around him. So I think if they do something like this variant with these powers, I think that could work. This next character is a really weird one, but I think would be super fun. His name is Madcap. Look him up. He's way wacky and zany. He can manipulate emotions. He has a bubble gun that can trap people. I think he'd be a good strategist, and he has a healing factor. He's technically immortal. And Deadpool has admitted he has a better healing factor than Deadpool. One time, both of them were fighting each other. They both got attacked by, I think, a ninja army, and they both got chopped to pieces. And Deadpool regenerated and is like, haha, I regenerated, I win. And then for the next few comics, he keeps hearing voices different than the usual voices he hears. And they realized that Madcap's healing was so powerful, he merged with Deadpool and regenerated inside Deadpool as a new voice. And the only way to get them was to cut them into pieces and separate them with magic. And they both regrew, and they actually felt sad that they weren't together anymore. But he's a really fun character. Rapid fire, some more characters that only I care about. M, Monet, Penance. She has powers and personalities based on her siblings. She's a big part of the current X-Men run. Duelist, Strength, Speed, Flight, Regeneration, Red Diamond Claws, and Red Diamond Skin. She'd be a cool Duelist Vanguard combo. Magma of the Young X-Men. Vanguard, Lava Form, Fire Blast. Rain of Fiery Rocks. There's a lot you could do there. Manifold, I believe he's a Wakandan mutant who's part of the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, and his whole thing is he creates teleport portals. But he has to be in both places, so that's how you would differentiate it from Strange. Like, you would go somewhere, drop one portal, then go somewhere else and drop another portal. His ult is he once pulled part of the sun through his portal and shot a solar flare. I think that could be cool. Madame Mask of the Masters of Evil. Duelist, she uses technology, and her gymnast, she has some limited magical power, but she's a really brilliant villain. So she's kind of like more bigger guns, which we have other characters that do that shit. Madeline Pryor, though, the Goblin Queen, do a Vanguard, telekinesis, mind control. I'd say she'd be a good skin if we do Jean Grey. She doesn't need to be her own character, even though she has demon control and soul tracking. She's actually in charge of part of New York City right now, because part of Hell came there, so she's the Queen of Hell, or Limbo. You know, let's quickly throw all these guys. I've gone through a lot. Heimdall is almost no chance. Hazmat, I think, would be awesome, so I'm putting Hazmat Impossible. Hobgoblin, nope, nowhere near as cool as Green Goblin. Hellcat, nope. Damon Hellstorm, no. Hepzibah, no. Hercules, maybe. I could see Hercules being put in the game. High Evolutionary, maybe as like a side villain. Same with the Hood. Hero and Baymax, as wild as it is, I think it's a possibility. It's Disney, baby. What can you do? Hitmonkey, I think there's a good chance of us getting Hitmonkey. I'm putting him in eventually. Hive, we know Hive's in the game, so he's 100%. It's the same deal as like Blade and Amaranth. He's in the files, and we have a moveset for him. Howard the Duck, make him an announcer. Hummingbird, no. Hope Summers, love Hope Summers, putting that under possible. Hulkling. Husk, no. Hyperion, no. Iceman, putting him up with the other original X-Men under likely. Icarus, no. Impossible Man, that's impossible. Inferno, Infinity. Iron Lad, Ironmonger. You know what? I'd say Iron Lad could be a skin. Same with Iron Patriot. Same with Iron Heart. Isaac Newton, nope. Isaiah Bradley. Make him a skin. Jack Flag. Nope. J. Jonah Jameson. Announcer. Man Wolf. No. Jack-o'-lantern. No. Jack of Hearts. Maybe. Jackal. Maybe. Jocasta. Maybe. There's so many Marvel characters, so it's unlikely we'll ever get any of these. Jessica Jones, I think, is... No, Jessica Jones is possible, not probable. Jubilee, though, I think Jubilee has a very good chance of coming in. Juggernaut, same thing. Jennifer Kale. Justice. Khazar and Zabu. Possible. Kaori is unlikely because it's really only one thing that they're in. Kang the Conqueror. Possible. Carnilla, no. Kate Bishop, maybe. Again, it's too similar to Hawkeye, so the question is, how would you do it? Kitty Pryde, though, I think is an eventual. Khonshu, make him a voice. Kid Omega, unlikely. Killmonger, I'd say, is more likely. Killmonger is possible. Kingpin, same. Kingo, no. Clerk the Super Skrull, maybe. Unlikely. Claw, same. Maybe. I got too many of these. Cole, make him a skin. Korg, probably not. Korvac, nope. Kraven, I'd put Kraven up in eventually. Karma, no, but I would love it. Curse, less than 0. Lady Bullseye, maybe. Again, it's just another sniping character. I feel like all these characters are possible-ish. Living Lightning, probably not. Living Tribunal, no. Lizard, maybe. I could see Lizard under the possible list. Longshot, though, less than 0. Not a relevant character. I don't even know who this was. Loa, Noah, Lyra, nope. Luke Cage, I think, has an amazing chance. I'd actually put Luke Cage up in great chance. MODOK, I'd also put up in great chance. Or I'll put up him in likely. M'Baku is possible. Madcap is unlikely. Monet is less than 0. Magma is less than 0. Manifold, less than 0. Madame Mask, less than 0. Madeline Pryor, make her a skin. I know Jean Grey isn't in this yet. Alright, we're doing good pace. We're definitely way more than halfway. Again, and we're flying now. Makari, the speedster of the Eternals. There's other speedsters I'd rather see. Malekith the Accursed, the bad guy from Thor 2. Dark Elf, Mist, Smokescreen, Hunting Horns. A lot of potential. Major Victory, one of the original Guardians of the Galaxy. Inspired by Captain America. And he can create energy constructs like pillars and platforms and slopes to increase team mobility. That could be awesome. Man-Thing. Giant swamp monster. Plant manipulation. I think it's too similar to Groot, but he's awesome. He's a really cool character. The Mandarin. If you want to base it more on Wenwu, the father of Shang-Chi, that'd be cool. Otherwise, the Mandarin has all the rings that have all the different powers. I would focus on the Incandescence Ring, which creates miniature suns. Spin, which deflects attacks. Remaker, that creates weapons. Spectral, that gives him a ghost form. Nightbringer, that controls darkness. And Zero, that shoots beams of freezing nothingness. All a cool power set. Marvel, the original Captain Marvel. Make him a Vanguard. We got Captain Marvel, so who knows? Maria Hill, duelist guns, jetpack, LMDs. She's just a person with guns. Marina Smallwood of Alpha Flight. Amphibian, can turn into a giant snake leviathan and shoot eye lasers. Really weird, obscure character. Marrow, bone armor, bone blades, bone spike bursts. She's a pretty cool Morlock. Mary Jane Watson as Jackpot. They don't know what to do with Mary Jane. They haven't for years. Paul sucks. They don't know what to do with Mary Jane. They made her Venom recently. But this version, she had a gauntlet, a magic gauntlet that gave her random powers. Like ice to slow, fog to blind, and I think that could be a fun, like a randomized mechanic. Marvel Girl. Not Jean Grey. This is Rachel Summers, who's also gone by Prestige and Ascani and Phoenix and Marvel Girl. She is the alternate world daughter of Scott and Jean. They have a bunch of these alternate world kids, including Cable. But she's a strategist. Give her astral projection, force fields, a telepathic cloak of invisibility. She's an awesome character, and she's had some really cool bits. She's tied in heavily with Days of Future Past. She's an awesome character, and I really like Rachel, and I wish they did more with her. Master Mold. Leader of the Sentinels, summonable sentries, probably way too big. Would be a cool villain, though. Medusa. Queen of the Inhumans. Grappling hair. Hair climbing walls. Hair shields. Hair spears. All the hair. Basically Doc Ock, though. She's just another version of what I did with Doc Ock. Mephisto, the Demon King, one of the Lords of Fear, King of Hell, Infernal Hellfire. He'd be a great villain. He'd be the same role as Doom or Dracula. He'd be the villain in the story. There's no real way of redeeming him as he's just pure evil incarnate. Metal, really cool character. Member of the Avengers Academy. Whole body metal, unfeeling. He actually became the boyfriend of Hazmat, the biotoxic girl we mentioned earlier. He's completely immune to radiation, poison, and mind control. He had one of the saddest sacrifices ever, but he's come back in recent years, and he's a great character, and he's just a good dude. Mighty Thor. Jane Foster, way too similar to Thor. She's just Thor. Same thing as Miles. I don't know how to do this without making her a new... just another skin, but she's a different model, so I don't know how that would work. Miracle Man. Very interesting character. If you ever want to watch up some videos on the existence of Miracle Man, because Marvel did some stuff with Shazam, who was Captain Marvel, but then the rights of that reverted to DC from Fawcett Comics, and there was multiple lawsuits, and eventually Marvel created Miracle Man, who's basically the same as Shazam, who was at the time Captain Marvel, not to be confused with Captain Marvel. It's weird. He's basically, though, Marvel's Shazam, who exists in his own continuity, and has rights of him disappeared for a while and went to other people, but have reverted back to Marvel. So they could use him, but he existed within his own universe, and he's just this all-powerful Superman-esque figure, and he's great. I love Miracle Man. And his story, the story of our world's ownership of him, is very interesting. So if they included him, I think that would be dope. Speaking of awesome characters that they should absolutely use, especially during the current Krakoa season because he's so tied with it, Mr. Sinister. The #1 villain of the mutants. Sorry, Apocalypse. I think Sinister is better. Make him a strategist, biology manipulation, healing tech, shadow forms, telekinesis. He steals the power of mutants to improve his own body. And we found out not long ago that Mr. Sinister is just one of 4 Sinisters. He is the diamond, where there's a heart, a spade, and a club. And they all have different goals. But Mr. Sinister is just the best. He runs a bar on Krakoa. Mr. Hyde, aka Calvin Zabo. Power is too similar to the Hulk. He's just a guy who can transform into a giant monster using the superpower of drugs. Basically a transformation potion, but it's drugs. But awesome characters that are really cool. Spider-Man villain, but he's also gotten up against Cloak and Dagger because his power is literally light and dark. Mr. Negative. If you played the PlayStation Spider-Man games, you know him and he's awesome. Blade of Pure Darkness, Corrupting Touches. Really cool X-Men character over the past few years, Mercury. This is her outfit for the Hellfire Gala. It's literally living metal. That's her power. She can have a liquid form and slide along the ground. She can turn into blade arms. She can turn into a giant Mercury monster. She's a really cool character. Monica Chang Fury from the Ultimate Universe, the daughter of Nick Fury. A duelist, she's a shooty girl, poison tracking bullets, and a giant laser cannon. She's just Nick Fury, but worse. My favorite member, and I believe the last member of the Great Lakes Avengers that I haven't covered yet, Mr. Immortal. He can't die. He thought he was a mutant. He thought he was Homo superior, but it turns out he was something beyond that. He's the stage of evolution past even the mutants. He can't die. He is a permanent, living, fixed point in time. Maybe it's like he drops and revives a few times before he has to return to spawn. He just comes back up after a few seconds wherever he dropped, but he's not as powerful as other Vanguards. I think that could be so much fun. He's literally Mr. Immortal. He lives forever. Misty Knight of the Heroes for Hire has a arm of an Arctic vibranium that destabilizes things. So maybe like a destabilizing anti-shield punch. Anti-tank claws similar to Wolverine. Energy shield, sonic pulses. She's a pretty cool character. She's a cop turned vigilante who was Captain America for a very short bit. Mockingbird. Love Mockingbird. Bobby Morse. Has wings. Adrian Palicki played her. Really cool character. Duelist, enhanced body. She uses a battle staff that has like a stun attachment, x-ray glasses, deflectors, her glider. She's a really cool character. Would make a very easy duelist. Mojo. Gotta love Mojo. All-powerful entertainment god of another dimension. And there's Longshot, who we did before. I think he would make a bad character, but he would make an amazing announcer to replace Galacta. Meanwhile, over here is one of the most powerful characters you've never heard of, Molecule Man. The characters of the Marvel Universe fear him so much because if he ever mastered his powers, he'd be the most unbeatable being ever. He has cosmic awareness, he has molecular mastery. What that means is he can change anything to fit his desire. They used him as a secret weapon against God Emperor Doom when Dr. Doom reshaped reality. They threw Molecule Man at him, and he won against God Emperor Doom, who one-shot Thanos, who had an Infinity Gauntlet. Just saying, Molecule Man is broken. Monica Rambeau, aka Photon, aka Captain America, aka Spectrum, aka a whole bunch of things. She'd be a cool duelist version of Captain Marvel. Light, energy blast, she could turn into energy, she could turn invisible, like that whole spectrum light angle, and has like decent flight. Because the fly meta is a lot of fun. Monica Rappaccini, obviously a reference to Rappaccini's daughter. The Scientist Supreme, short-range teleporting belt, a medical drone. She'd be a cool strategist. If you wanted to tie in that horrible Avengers video game that I thought was just okay, give her... she made an artificial cosmic cube that could disintegrate things. She's a neat character. I think this character has a very good chance of showing up. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Moon Girl, incredibly smart prodigy. Make her a duelist. She has all these weird things like force field gloves, anti-gravity boots, a spring-loaded boxing glove. They had a show on Disney Plus. They have their own run of comics. They're great. And her ultimate is she can possess and control and summon Devil Dinosaur, who's this giant, super strong T-Rex from the Savage Land. Come on. Moondragon, the daughter of Drax the Destroyer, Heather something, I forget her last name, who is a telekinetic force field stuff, but can also transform into a giant energy dragon. She was a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Morlun, one of Spider-Man's best villains from the past 2 years. He's the leader of a clan of spider people devouring interdimensional travelers called the Inheritors. His story is where they introduce Spider-Zero, the Master Weaver, all of that. He's the biggest anti-Spider-Man villain of the multiverse. And I hope they do some stuff with him in the next Spider-Man Spider-Verse movie. Miss Marvel. Kamala Khan. So many costumes. She's an Inhuman. She's a mutant. She's Captain Marvel's sidekick. Stretchy arms. Long-range punch. Embiggening. Long legs. They even kind of incorporated her hard light armor from the show. That was really lame. And nowhere near as cool as her embiggening stretching. She's a great character, though. She has endured the popularity over the past 10 years. That whole killing her thing and bringing her back as a mutant was dumb. But I get why they did it. Mysterio. I think he's a no-brainer character for a strategist. Illusions. Fake walls. Illusion disguises, turning himself into an enemy. And running around with... so his health bar and his name change color so the enemies think he's one of them. A drone strike ult. He's awesome. I love him. The Skull version, the OG version, is so many cool takes on the Mysterio character. Speaking of tricky enemies, Mystique, a duelist strategist, shape-shifting, copying enemies, change name color, copy allies, run and gun. She can even copy certain powers like Wolverine's claws and Angel's wings. I think Mystique has a lot of potential. Multiple Man. Creates clones. It's kind of it. Not great. But, speaking of alternate world children of Jean Grey and Cyclops, anytime someone said their favorite hero was X-Man and you said X-Man's not a hero, it's a team. You were wrong. X-Man was a hero. They're smarter than you. They were talking about Nate Gray, who's another alternate version of Cable. He has all of the mutant powers. I'm not going to list them, but he is the all-powerful mutant. That's his list of powers. That's a basic list of his powers, as each of those things have subsections. I'm not joking. Look up his power list. Nate Gray, X-Man. He can't be in this game. He's all powers. He's too powerful. In Khonshu the Living Mummy, though, one of the Howling Commandos and the Monster Squad, duelist, controllable mummy wraps, stealing souls. Namorita, the cousin of Namor, member of the New Warriors, can absorb energy, can walk on sky, can heal in water and use water to heal other people. Cool character. I love this character who's been a very recent X-Man, Nature Girl. She can communicate with plants and animals. She has a pet dog named Susha. She can bond with nature, so maybe she gets power based on what environment she's in. But after she did a murder and went kind of crazy, she had a secondary mutation where she entered this monster form. Krakoa blessed her and gave her a staff made of Krakoa, so it can grow and slam into things. And she took the name Armageddon Girl, teamed up with a couple of monsters, and became eco-terrorists. And she is considered one of the potential champion replacements of Apocalypse. Big in recent years. Nebula. Nebula would be a cool vanguard. Quick, heavy cannon arms. You can do the more comic accurate version, the modern version, the movie version. She has an anti-illusion eye. Her eye can see through illusions. Nick Fury. You can go OG Nick Fury. You can go Ultimate Nick Fury. You can go MCU. I'd say instead of making him a cool character, I'd say he'd be a great announcer. Imagine getting Sam Jackson to voice this, though. Sam Jackson, you better push that cart. Something like that. Take that spot. Attack the point. Cool. Morb. It's Morbin time. Vampire. We have vampires. We have Dracula. We have Blade. We have the mythology there set up to do Morbius. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool to do a duelist with a life strain ability. He can drain the life of whoever he attacks. Negasonic Teenage Warhead, made famous by the Deadpool movies. Fire Generation, swappable powers based on potential futures, and rocket propulsion. These two are obscure characters, Nighthawk and Night Thrasher. Night Thrasher is, hey, what if Nightwing rode a skateboard and was a badass with blade arms? Durable battle armor, skateboarding, maybe a hoverboard, I don't know. Nighthawk, cool character, cyber armor, retractable things. He's basically Batman. Nightcrawler, though, is, I think, a no-brainer, again, in terms of characters. Duelist. Bamf. Teleport. He can maybe teleport to any location he could see, and it's like a quick, drop a teleport point, and you could bounce between them. Sticking to walls, Master Swordsman, give him 3 swords. He could summon the Demon Bamps, which are his brothers and sisters, tiny versions of him. And he was the Pope. If you're interested in reading that storyline, it's wild. He was the Pope for a little bit. He also has some dope Hellfire drip. Lord of Fear, Nightmare, would be a great villain. He's too powerful. He can create illusions. He can summon demons. He can make constructs of people's fears. The ultimate Sentinel Nimrod from the Days of Future Past. He can adapt to powers. So maybe it's like if you try and use the same move on him twice, he resists it. Flying, self-repair. So make him like adapting mixed with Bastion from Overwatch. I think that would be an awesome Nimrod. Nitro. He can blow himself up and reconstitute. He's the mutant responsible for blowing up a school and starting the Civil War comic. Novar, aka Marvel Boy. He's a Kree. He has nanomachines. He has Kree pistols that shoot mines. Poison claws, a soul bow. He's a cool character who's used sporadically in weird ways. He's gotten kind of a resurgence with the Young Avengers recently. Nova. There are 2 of them. The original Nova is Richard Rider. Energy manipulation. If you're doing Richard, I would make him a Vanguard. Energy dashing, heavy armor shields, gravity nullifying blasts. You know, he has so many potential. If you want to do something newer, Sam Alexander, who's the son of Richard Rider's partner, who's wearing an experimental black Nova helmet. Super speed, controllable energy blast. He can supercharge other beings. Scan biology has a healing touch. So do a Vanguard and Strategist Nova. I think that'd be cool. Nikki Gold. Old school Guardians of the Galaxy character. Thermokinesis. Stun guns. Be a cool strategist, though. This character is obscure as hell, but is one of my favorite comics. Keaton Nixon, aka Nix. She only exists in the world for short bits of time. Her power is to stop time completely for everyone except her until she makes contact with another person. But because of relative motion, whenever she taps someone, it's basically like a bullet or a car hitting them. So if she strikes someone in frozen time, it's more powerful than the Hulk. To like a regular human. And it's just so devastating because of relative speed. But she's trapped in the time stream. So she only appears every so often. And she has appeared recently dressed like this. She's also a club party girl. And people are like, who is this? She showed up recently to help X-23. And people are like, is that a weird variant of Gwen Stacy? And we're like, no, that's Keaton Nixon. You fools. Maybe like give allies speed boosts through time. I don't know. I don't think she'd be a playable character. It's a weird one. Odin. I think Odin is too powerful. But maybe a Vanguard, Strength, Immortality, the Odin Force. He's got his Raven buddies. He's got a spear of 100% accuracy, the Gungnir. Speaking of spears, I think this character is more likely Okoye. We've seen her armor in the game. We've heard her voice. Spearmaster, spear throwing, explosive spears, Wakandan techs. And she has the blessing of the spider god Anansi. Old Man Logan. Love Old Man Logan. Love the comics. Make him a skin. Omega Red, though, would be a cool character. Life draining, has the carbonadium tentacles that can grapple people, maybe like grab midair and slam them down, and give him skills specifically to screw Wolverine over. His death factor weakens people that are close to him. There's some really cool options, you know? We'll go to the end of P. Omega Sentinel. An enemy ally enemy of the X-Men. The ultimate living human sentinel hybrid. Has arms that changes shape through nanotechnology, control technology, guns, flamethrowers, flight. Karima, I forget her last name. Onslaught. What if Professor X and Magneto smushed together and became a bad guy? Well, that's Onslaught, baby, and they're 100% going to be doing that the next season of Marvel 97. Mark my words. Because the whole thing of Professor X messing with Magneto's mind has his guilt create this horrible abomination. Who's a psychic EMP that can manipulate blood. It's a horrifying monster. Patriot. The young Avenger, grandson of Isaiah Bradley. It's Elijah Bradley. Peak strength, combat shield. Make him a duelist version of Cap. This next one is silly, but I love. The Pet Avengers. That's Lockjaw, the teleporting inhuman dog. Kazar, Ozabu, the giant, Pouncing, who's a giant saber-tooth tiger. Lockheed, the little dragon, has fire breath. This is Hairball, the cat of Speedball, who I haven't gotten to yet. But it's a cat that is super fast and can create and can absorb energy. Throg, who's a frog that has a fraction of Mjolnir. A shard of Mjolnir was forged for him to turn him into Thor Frog. Redwing. And so Redwing is Falcon's bird. You could fly as Redwing. And I would love it if you could just swap back and forth between all the Avengers' pets. Bats, who's the ghost dog of Doctor Strange, who you see in Doom Match, who can phase and possess people. And Hugin and Moonin, who are the birds of Odin. And all these animals have teamed up. And they're called the Pet Avengers, and I love them. Pepper Potts, Iron Man's girlfriend wife, aka Rescue. Sonic Blast, Healing Tech, Force Field Generation, a multiple Unibeam spread, Self First Aid. Phastos, one of the Eternals, a strategist Eternal, strong energy, genius intellect, and he can create platforms, turrets, bombs. He's a crafting Eternal. This character I love, and he's grown in popularity with his inclusion in the MCU, and then he's gotten big in the comics, and he was the main character of the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show. He has the Night pistol, which is a knockout gun, the Destroyer gun, which he almost killed Loki with, and recently they revealed that there was a extra Infinity Stone called the Death Stone that he is now the host to, and he has a death touch. It's wild. But Phil Coulson in the comics has the Death Stone. I think this one's a no-brainer. I think we're going to get Jean Grey. We're going to get the Phoenix. It should be a Vanguard. It's all about self-healing, unlimited shields, self-resurrection. Jean Grey has so many costumes. You could also go the Primal Jean Grey, the white, dark, Marvel Girl costumes. There's so much you can do with Jean. Phyla-Vell. She goes by Martyr. This is her Martyr costume. This is her Quasar costume. If you watch the newest Guardians of the Galaxy, she's the little girl that they recruit at the end. This is a young version of her. She is considered the most powerful woman in the galaxy. The most dangerous woman in the galaxy, sorry. And she took that title from Gamora. She is a daughter of Captain Marvel. Holds the quantum sword that can create energy constructs. Is called the Avatar of Oblivion, the Elder God. Yeah. Pixie, one of the young X-Men. This is her Hellfire outfit. Hallucinogenic Just, Flight, Binding Spells. She's the apprentice to Magic, who's in this game. And Magic taught her how to create a Soul Dagger, which is a simple version of the Soul Sword that Dagger uses. So she can aim it, throw it, and teleport to the dagger. Professor X, this is another no-brainer. I think he's 100% going to be in the game. People are like, oh, he's in a wheelchair. How can he do? He hasn't used the wheelchair in a while. This is what he looks like now. He has the Cerebro helmet, and he walks around. Mind control, maybe he can forcibly drive enemies away from the player. Use telepathy to see other people's ult meters of the enemies. So you could tell them how much each enemy has in their ult. Psionic Blast, Cerebro Scan to mark enemies. Astral Form can leave the body and you can scout ahead. I think there's so much potential for a psychic strategist, you know? Polaris, who's basically Magneto Light. I'd say, like, make Magneto a strategist, put heal links on other allies, morph metal into shields. Prowler, the uncle of Miles Morales. Anti-aircraft missiles, landmines, grenades. Who's a very tech-heavy, trap-heavy duelist. Finally, Proteus, another member of the Five, with Hope Summers and Gold Balls and Elixir, who are in charge of the revival of all mutants. Proteus has reality warping. And earth manipulation and a giant energy form. He's the son of Moira McTaggart, who's like a longtime ally of the mutants. And he's a pretty cool character. Quick 3, Proxima Midnight, another member of the Black Order that serve Thanos. Energy Spears, Supernova Spear, Poison Spears, and Purple Man. Pheromone manipulation, and he's just a bad person, so we probably shouldn't include him. Puck, on the other hand, is great. He's an asshole, but he has a rubber physique, is incredibly thick. You throw him at a wall and he can bounce off and fly somewhere else because he's super durable. He can reflect portions of the damage he takes. I think that would be neat. Quick rundown. Pyro manipulates fire and can summon a giant fire monster as his ult. Quasar, not to be confused with Phyla-Vel's Quasar. This is the person she took the title from before she became Martyr. He has the quantum energy bands that can create energy constructs, shields, hammers. And this is a fairly recent character. Created by Mr. Sinister. They're like, hey, let's take the greatest, most powerful mutants, throw them all into a petri dish and mix it up to become our ultimate weapon. So she has Colossus's metal skin, Magic's soul sword, Shadowcat's intangibility, the shield of a character called Eunice the Untouchable, who's not important, X-23's healing factor, and Kid Omega's telekinesis. So she's a mutant super weapon who dresses like this for the Hellfire Gallery and looks dope. But she has a really big part in the Fall of X storyline. These two characters, love them. Quake and Quicksilver. Quake has been very big over the past few years with the Marvel Rising stuff. And the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff, played by, her? Yeah. Daughter of Mr. Hyde, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Earthquakes, knockback effects, vibration generation. I think she could be a really cool character. Quicksilver. This is probably the only speedster I would want in the game. High speed dashes. So, just set a limit on his power in this universe. Say he can do dashes, but have it like the Hulk's jump where you need to charge up an aim and then release it and you dash along a path. And anything on that dash gets like knocked back or hit or damaged. Shooting air currents, creating like a dodging reactive state where you can auto-dodge attacks. That's how I would do a super speed character in a game like this. We're into the red characters. Red Guardian and Red Skull. Red Guardian stocks have never been higher with the Thunderbolts. Skilled martial artist, magnetic disc, bouncing shields. And then Red Skull. Duelist with a cloned body, superhuman strength, and grappling. He also has the Cosmic Cube and the Dust of Death. Be a cool anti-tank duelist. Red Hulk, I'd say would be a cool skin for Hulk, but I'd say he'd be better as his own character because he has rifles, knives, and he has a burning state where he slowly increases in heat before it explodes in fire. And then Betsy Ross, the daughter of the Red Hulk and once girlfriend of the Hulk, now goes by Red Harpy. So she's in her Red Hulk form, but slowly becomes more and more monstrous as the match goes on, growing wings, growing claws, growing talons, becoming this giant dive bomb gamma bomb. Or dive bombing gamma screaming monster. She can shoot hell bolts from her hand. Look at this monstrosity. This character was really big a few years ago. Marvel was pushing him all the time. He got his own TV show. He was in Avengers Academy. His name is Reptile. He can turn parts of his body into dinosaurs. That is an awesome power. Make him a Vanguard, slamming Stegosaurus tail, leaping raptor legs, a charging Triceratops head, gliding Pteranodon wings. He gets Pym particles at one point and can grow parts of his body. It's a no-brainer. This character should absolutely be in there. This one's a little more obscure. Red Dagger, who was a member of the Champions and was in Kamala Khan's Ms. Marvel TV show. Whips, daggers, rope darts. Rhino is the most likely one on this page. Make him a Vanguard, make him charge-centric, made to break through lines. Spider-Man villain. Ricochet, once an alter ego of Spider-Man. A different person picked it up and uses bouncing discs and tracking discs and all these disc weapons that have all kinds of varieties of effects. Rick Jones. You don't know Rick Jones? He is the #1 sidekick in Marvel. He was the sidekick to Hulk. He was the sidekick to all the Avengers at one point, but they don't really incorporate him in anything. He did get turned into this character. That one. That guy. Called A-Bomb. But he's like a very, very agile tank who's all about camouflage skin, wall climbing, and then dive bombing. Rogue. Love Rogue. Vanguard, power of life absorption. If you're doing a life absorbing character, make it Rogue. And then have like one option, one slot skill is open at all times. Once you use life absorption, you can use whoever you attack, you can use their skill. If you attack Cloak and Dagger, you can steal Dagger's healing ability. If you attack Cap, you can use his shield charge. If you attack Storm, you can shoot lightning bolts. Come on! Love Rogue. I think she's a no-brainer for a character. Let's pop over here and do a quick rundown of some of these guys. A lot of these are going to be in 0 because we're in some weird characters right now. No. Man-Thing, maybe. Mandarin, maybe. God, I don't even know who that was anymore. They cut off at weird places. If you can't remember them, they can't be that important. Maria Hill, Marina Smallwood, Marrow. Mary Jane, I'll put in very unlikely. Marvel Girl, I'll put impossible. Master Mold, I'll put in highly unlikely. Medusa, I'll put impossible. Mephisto, I'll put impossible. Metal, less than 0. Mighty Thor, I don't know, Maker of Skin. Miracle Man, I love Miracle Man, almost no chance. Mr. Sinister would be one of my dream characters. I love Sinister. Mr. Hyde, nope. Mr. Negative, better chance than Mr. Hyde. Mercury, nope. Mr. Immortal, probably not. Monica Chang, nope. Misty Knight, Mockingbird, Mojo, Molecule Man, I think Moon Girl's an eventuality. Moon Dragon should be, but won't be. Morlun should be, but won't be. Morbius, with his popularity, he's possible. Marvel Girl, I think's only a matter of time. Mysterio, I'll say is likely. Same with Mystique. Multiple Man, no. Nate Gray, absolutely not. Encanto, no. Namorita, no. Nature Girl, no. Nebula, maybe. Nick Fury, make him a voice. Negasonic Teenage Warhead. Night Thrasher. Nighthawk. Nightcrawler. Nightmare. Nimrod. Nitro. Marvel Boy. Nova. I'll put in eventually. I'll put both of them in there because it's hard to tell who they would go with. Nikki Gold, no. Nyx, no. Odin, probably not. Okoye, probably not. Old Man Logan, make him a skin. Omega Red, possible. Omega Sentinel, no way. Onslaught, better than Omega Sentinel, but still no. Patriot, almost no chance. The Pet Avengers. It's a personal one that I want. Rescue, highly unlikely. Fastos, no. Phil Coulson, highly unlikely. Phoenix. Phoenix is 100%. Phyla-Vell, I'd say is possible. Pixie is possible. I think Professor X is almost assuredly guaranteed. I would say he's a great chance of getting Professor X. God, we have some cool characters up here. Polaris, none. Discount Magneto, no. Proteus, no. Prowler, maybe he's like a skin for something, but unlikely. Proxima Midnight, same thing. Puck, same thing. Purple Man, absolutely not. Pyro, absolutely not. Quasar, absolutely not. Rasputin, absolutely not. See how well I thought through this list. Quake, I could absolutely see Quake being an eventuality. Same with Quicksilver. Actually, I'm going to put Quicksilver into likely. Red Guardian is possible. Red Skull is possible. Red Hulk, possible. Red Harpy, possible. See, they're all... I could see a lot of these characters, but they're just not probable. Reptile, I'm going to put up in likely. No, I'm going to put in eventually. Red Dagger, no. Rhino, possible. Ricochet, no. A-Bomb, I wish, but unlikely. Rogue. No, I'm going to put Rogue in eventually. Alright, we're almost there. We're almost through my ridiculous list. Rom the Space Knight. Old school classic character. Love Rom. He was also referenced in the game because we have a Space Knight version of Venom. That's when he was teamed up with the Space Knights to take out the hybrids, I believe they were called. But he's all about stopping illusions and tricks and dealing with the hybrid psychic monsters of space. Very cool character. We'll never see him in anything. Ronan the Accuser, on the other hand, uses like a push and pull with his weapon. The Intensifier Beam, the more it's used, the more damage it does. So it has like weak damage at first, but the more it charges, the stronger it gets. Called the Universal Weapon, Force Fields, Invisibility, Vacuum Creation, Gravity Manipulation, Energy Lasts. So Ronan's a cool character, but he's kind of like fodder. When you need a character to beat up from space, you do Ronan. Sabretooth. Love Sabretooth. He's gotten brutal in the recent years in the comics. He's kind of a monster. But give him a Vanguard. Make him a Vanguard who can specifically resist Wolverine. The only Vanguard who can resist Wolverine. I think that would be awesome. Sandman. Sandman is awesome. He's just a better version of Dust, even though I prefer Dust. Sandman is awesome and way more popular. Sand clones, sand form, sand weapons, quicksand ult. He has so many possibilities. Sauron. You don't know Sauron, but you should. He's a monster from the Savage Land. He's a psychic human dinosaur who can absorb life force. And then they found out when the X-Men got stranded there, if he absorbs the life force of a mutant, he just steals their power. And his mutant power that unlocked because of this is if he stares in your eyes, he can hypnotize you. Another member of Alpha Flight is Sasquatch. Human who got possessed by the spirit of Tamarok, the monster. And he's strong and he's big. That's kind of it, though. Scorpion. We love Scorpion. These are some good X-Men villains and Spider-Man villains. So Scorpion, up there in the corner. Duelist, Extended Tail, Harpoon Stinger, Poison Jab, Anti-Shield Acid, Sebastian Shaw, aka the Black King of the Hellfire Club. A Vanguard. The more you hit him, the more energy and damage he builds. So damage reduces cooldowns on him, so that would be cool. Like, he uses a skill, and he gets hit, it reduces his cooldown by half a second. That would be awesome. And when he builds enough, explosive energy wave. And then we have the White Queen. Why not the Black Queen? This is her Hellfire outfit. Selene, she's a psychic energy vampire mutant who learned necromancy and can control shadows and death. She's awesome. And she can, if her ult is active, she gets a self-resurrection. That'd be dope. Sentry and the Void. Obviously big with the new movie, but I love Sentry and the Void. The Void is terrifying. So the way I would do it is make him a Vanguard, give him strength, flight, speed, durability, whatever, energy blasts. But the Void, I'd say like Sentry has an additional meter. He's slowly building up darkness. And you have to return to spawn, because if your Void meter builds too much, you lose control and damage enemies and allies. You damage everyone. I think that's a cool take on the Void. Cersei, from the Eternals movie. She was the de facto leader of the Eternals. Go with her matter manipulation touch as her main power. Healing, make her a strategist. Smoke screen, short range flight to get to someone, touch them, and heal them. Shadow King, one of my favorite X-Men villains. They're a demon of the astral plane, taking on this spider humanoid form. And all these monstrous forms. Look at them. I love the Shadow King. Scrying, mind sensing, Shadow Beast. I don't really know how you would do it, though. Shang-Chi. Obviously blew up in recent years. Master of martial arts. The question is it too much like Iron Fist? Not, I think, if you have it focus on weapons. And the way you do that is to give him combat stances. So you have a martial arts mode, a 3-section staff mode, and a 10 rings mode. And he switches, and you can alternate between them and do close range, mid-range, long range. Right? That'd be awesome. So close range, hand-to-hand, mid-range, 3-section staff, long range, 10 rings. And like the damage scale, so the close range is the strongest, the long range is the weakest, but he has these different stances that you could swap between. She-Hulk. I think She-Hulk's a no-brainer as a character. The question is, how would you make it different than the Hulk? I'd say she stays in her regular form. She stays as She-Hulk always. It's not a swap. A thick duelist, a duelist Vanguard. Strength, speed, and vulnerability. Healing factor. I'd say she drains her own HP to increase her damage. That's a cool way of doing the rage damage. And also, look at all these great costumes. You'd be printing money. Because I'd buy all of them. Particularly a lawyer outfit and the classic purple and white leotard. And she was a member of the Fantastic Four for a while. Sharon Carter. Sharon Carter, daughter of Peggy Carter, or niece of Peggy Carter, girlfriend of Captain America in the modern era. Right now, she goes by Destroyer, but she's also been Agent 13. She was brainwashed for a while. She killed Captain America. Blah, 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 blah. Long-range healing darts, holographic energy shields. Make her a strategist. Done. Give her support to Captain America. Queen Shikla, the wife of Deadpool and mother of his second child. She has a monster form. She is the Queen of Monsters. She's strong, durable, controls Hellfire, and can turn into this giant monstrosity, which she can gore enemies with claws and horns. Shriek, great character, controls sound, Spider-Man villain. Make her a strategist, but make her attacks more effective against symbiotes, because she's a sonic master. I think that could be cool. She can also control emotions and has like a healing aura, or a heroic aura. Kind of like a weaker version of Luna's ult. Shocker. Basic Spider-Man villain, Vibro Shock. Make him a destabilizing, pulsing vanguard. Sin, the daughter of Red Skull. A duelist with a little bit of strategist thrown in there. She has the Hammer of Scotty that allows her to freeze enemies. She's a marksman. She has a hate boost. So she's mainly about damaging and strategy with her like hammer, but her hate boost allows allies to do increased damage, and that's kind of a strategist thing. Shuri, I think, is a no-brainer, and in eventuality, she's mentioned so much. I don't think they're going to go with her Panther version. I think they're going to go with her more other hero versions. Wakanda Tech, her Panther Blaster, Sonic Pulses. Desert Sands is a swirling EMP dust. I'd say it could slow down enemy cooldowns. That could be awesome. Holopods to duplicate allies. The Desert Suns are tracking balls of light. She has some cool tech in the comics. Singularity of A-Force is a girl from the stars born from stardust and cosmic shenanigans. Teamed up with Captain Marvel, Dazzler, She-Hulk, Nico Minoru, Medusa. And that team was called the A-Force, and it was all these female Avengers. Strategist. She's all about shielding and cloaking allies and hiding them. She can also create energy spikes, and I think she blew up like an undead army one time. This one over here is Silhouette. If I didn't know she was around in the 80s, I think she was a very like modern idea. But she is a hero who was seriously, grievously injured and permanently needs crutches. So they were built into her suit that allows her to manipulate the Dark Force. So she's strong, fast, and has these tentacles of Dark Force, and has these retractable blade things for her support, for her crutches. She can merge with the darkness and teleport. It's a cool character. She's a member of the New Warriors. We're into the Silver Page. Silver Sable. Duelist, sniper rifle, enemy of Spider-Man, jetpacks. Silver Mane, enemy of Spider-Man. Cyborg body, Vanguard, energy shield protection. A very slow body, though, with like a big hydraulic jump. My favorite of the Silvers, Silver Samurai, enemy of Wolverine. Vanguard, all-slicing tachyon blade, so it like, cuts through shields. Blah, blah, blah. Throne Kunai, a teleportation ring. And the Muramasa is the ultimate sword that has like a super blade slash that, let's say, like cuts through anything and just like keeps going. Silver Surfer, the silver character, the true herald of Galactus, a Vanguard with some strategist subsets. He wields the power Cosmic, high-speed flight, massive strength and durability, a healing blast. He's so powerful, I don't know how you would do this reasonably. Right? He's just one of the most powerful characters. Super cool. Love his comics, love his design. Scar, the son of the Hulk. Have him duelist with a little bit of Vanguard. He has what's called the Old Power, which is from his mother, which allows him to manipulate stone and lava. And he used these giant broadswords. Scourge the Executioner. Asgardian, partner with the Enchantress, uses modern weaponry in addition to the Blood Axe, which is this transforming axe that like stops other people from transforming, lays curses on people, burns people, drains blood, can transform into a giant axe for like a super attack. He's part Storm Giant, which is pretty cool. 3 more characters here. Slapstick. Super fun character. What if a Looney Tune got loose in the Marvel world? That's what Slapstick is. He has Toon Force. He has elasticity. He can pull hammers out of nothing. He literally has hammer space. Make him nearly unkillable or super damaging. Snowbird, a member of the Alpha Flight and probably my favorite member. Because she's a Vanguard, she has the healing touch, but she can turn into any white animal. Polar bears, Arctic owls, sperm whales, the Wendigo, a giant mythical white hairy monster. She's a cool character, a cool mythical character. Somnus is a relatively recent character on the Avengers. In their current lineup, or like the Avengers Emergency Response Team. I don't know what I would do with this. Maybe a strategist, dream manipulation, can put people to sleep, can create nightmares, can pull items from his own dreams. It's kind of cool. I don't know how I would do that, though. Songbird, aka Screaming Mimi, Melissa Gold, who might have been in the new Thunderbolts movie as Mel. That might be Screaming Mimi. I don't know. Villain, hero, villain. She's gone all over the map. Vanguard, Sonic Screams, a gliding wingsuit. She's a really cool character, though. I like her. Speed, one of the 2 children of Wanda and Vision. Just a worse version of Quicksilver, though. I love Tommy as a character. Very cool. And I'd say to make him a little different, give him explosive phasing and a destabilizing touch. So maybe like his punches weaken you. In addition, they give you like debuffs. Speedball, aka Penance. Speedball, inadvertently responsible for the Civil War and the explosion at the school when he took on the villain Nitro. So in penance for causing that, his powers shifted, because his powers are based on his psychology. Usually he can just shoot these balls of kinetic energy, these ball blasts and shockwaves. When he feels guilt, though, he needs to induce pain on himself. So he built the penance suit, which has spikes that dig into his own body and cause him permanent pain. And that amplifies his power. And he can also create force lances. I love that storyline. It was so dark and overly edgy, but awesome as hell. Spot was a really underappreciated villain who I liked. I didn't love. I liked them until Spider-Verse. When they went hard with his power. I always loved the idea of portal holes, like portal punches like freaking Janemba. But really cool use of his powers. Set up so many things you can do with portals. Star Fox. Brother of Thanos, aka Eros. He's an Eternal who can manipulate emotions. I would do that as a strategist, but he's also problematic and really creepy because he used his power on the Avengers and it kind of had to go to trial about like, hey, are you kind of removing free will and doing sexual things with other Avengers? That's pretty messed up. That's a lot like the R word. Yeah, we're not going to like you anymore. So people kind of didn't like him for a while because of that, because it was kind of creepy. Yeah. Stegron, obscure villain, A lot of fun. Super stupid. I love Stegron. He's a giant Stegosaurus man. Who can psychically command dinosaurs. And he's super heavy and thick. Starhawk, though, who was played by Stakar, a.k.a. Sylvester Stallone in the Guardians of the Galaxy 2. A duelist, spaceflight, light manipulation, one of the original Guardians of the Galaxy who in the MCU became the Ravagers. Has just a lot of powers. The Stepford Cuckoos. Clones of Emma Frost. They are awesome characters. Originally, there were 5 of them. Originally, there was a lot of them. There was like hundreds. And they were used to contain the Phoenix Force and act as a giant hive mind, but only 5 of them survived. And they were named Spice, because it was Sophie, Phoebe, Irma, Celeste, and Esme. 2 of them died, so now there's just 3 of them running around. But then the other two were resurrected. They're a telepathic hive mind. They control the Phoenix. They can all turn into diamonds, the same as Emma. The whole thing, though, is they're just strategist versions of Emma. Stinger, a.k.a. Stature, the daughter of Scott Lang, the second Ant-Man. Vanguard with a little bit of duelist. I'd say she has Stinger, Bolts, and Blast, but she has her Stature giant growth for durability. She can also control bugs. The Sun duo, Sunfire and Sunspot. Sunfire was when they had the International X-Men. He was from Japan. And Sunspot was from the Young X-Men. Roberto DaCosta, again, very popular because of X-Men 97. A lot of cool costumes. Was kind of a villain recently, not long ago, yeah. Absorbs solar energy to gain flight. Dark plasma blasts. Can set himself on fire. Sunfire, on the other hand, radiation manipulation. So his fire causes like damage over time. Explosive heat waves. So Sunspot would probably be more Vanguard. Sunfire would be more duelist. But I feel like that would be stepping on Human Torch's toes. Strong guy. He's strong, but he has a weak heart. But he has a heart full of love. Okay. The Super Adaptoid is a robot who can adapt and gain powers. It's just a worse version of Rogue. Super Giant, another member of the Black Order, who can mass possess people and has like unlimited psychic powers and builds Thanos' armies for him. One of my favorite newer X-Men, Surge, who was big in the early 2000s, then disappeared, then came back on the Young X-Men team, then disappeared, but actually recently had some cool things. She had a huge sacrifice, and she came back and her power evolved, and she now gained the ability to turn into living lightning. Basically, though, her power is absorbing electricity and shooting it out, but she can't control her powers. She's a young version of Cyclops, so they needed to slap these gauntlets on her to help her regulate her powers. She has a hard time showering because she can't touch water, but when she gets these things that basically siphon her energy off, she can exist normally. She can channel it into super speed, so give her bursts of super speed, give her healing, give her overloading other characters, so she can like boost allies, and then her ult is she becomes living energy. I think that's a no-brainer. I love Surge so much. She'd be a dream character for me. Surtur. We've seen images of Surtur in-game. He's a fire giant. He has the Twilight Sword, which is the sword that destroyed Okara and created Arakko and Krakoa. Very weird lore there, but he's just too powerful. And he can control reality, and he's an all-powerful demon king. A quick trio here. Swarm is a Nazi made of bees. And he can throw bees, and his body is made of bees. Sync. Sync's been pretty big over the last few years. I like Sync, but I don't love him. I don't vibe with Sync that much. I don't love his power. Has this light aura, but his whole thing is he can copy the powers of whatever is in his immediate area. So if like Captain America, Rogue, Professor X, and Wolverine are all around him, he can copy their powers. But only as long as they're in his area. And I'm like, well, that just makes you redundant, because those powers are already in the area. But he can copy the enemy's powers. I get it. And he's recently evolved more and can recall some of those powers. I don't vibe with it. I don't know. He doesn't hit for me. Sun Girl of the New Warriors has light powers. Again, I feel like we've done light powers too many times now. Taskmaster. Taskmaster is awesome. Aren't you? Yes. Duelist, technique mimicry. So what I would do is have techniques based on other characters. Give him Hawkeye's archery, Cap's shield, Psylocke's swordsmanship, Panther's claws, Widow's sniper, Iron Fist combo, Spider-Man's punch, Punisher's zipline, Namor's spear, and he can have all these powers and maybe unlock new powers based on who's in the match. And he can boss around little Alex Horn. Some more cool characters. Alpha Flight's Talisman. I would have gone with Shaman, but I like Talisman better. Who's the daughter of Shaman from Alpha Flight, who uses a talisman of power, who's big into summoning and controlling natural elements and traveling between dimensions. She's basically the main support and attack member for Alpha Flight now. Temper, who was one of the first mutants to get her powers after M-Day, after the resurrection of Hope Summers and the Messiah. She was a young girl who had fire, and her power is temperature, hence her name Temper. It also messes with her emotional state. She can generate cold and fire and has to find a balance between them. So I would use that as a gameplay mechanic. Like, if you build too much fire, you start taking damage, so you have to switch to ice. If you build too much ice, you slow your body down and can't move as fast, so you need to start using fire, and use that as a cool mechanic. She's called Temper because she also did a murder and had to redeem herself. Tempest, after the schism, after the X-Men, Wolverine and Cyclops broke apart the X-Men, Tempest is one of Cyclops' first recruits. She creates time bubbles. She's an Australian mutant. She has that Australian accent that I love. She can boost ally speed. She can create healing orbs. And she's one of the most important members of the X-Men because she's the final member of the Five. So the Five are Egg, aka Gold Balls, creates balls of potential mutants. Elixir shapeshifts them and turns them into humans. Proteus alters reality to put their memories of the resurrected mutant inside this new vessel. Then Tempest ages them up to make them a fully grown human at the age they were when they died. And Hope Summers uses her power to amplify their powers and control it and manage it in a successful way. So that's how the Five work, and that's how the resurrection machine of Krakoa works. And Tempest is a part of that. She can also create anachronisms and summon dinosaurs and send things to the future and do all weird stuff. Thanos. I think Thanos is probably too strong to be playable. Would you do the Infinity Stones? Would you make him a big, super strong, beefy boy who could kill half the galaxy? Would you add his little spinny blade? I don't know. His Infinity Crown is cool as hell. I'd make him a villain, though. I'd put him in the game, but I don't think he should be playable. Athena of the Eternals, Master of Weapons, Cosmic Halberd, Master Martial Artist, can generate weapons and launch endless blades and control light. She's cool. Played by Angelina Jolie. Hell, we love it. There. Thundra, a villain who was the wife of the Hulk at one point, and the mother of the second She-Hulk. But she's super strong, has a giant chain whip. Thunderbird, during the International X-Men team, he's just better at everything. He's strong, he has high stamina, he's a master tracker. He's not my favorite character in that group, though, because there's one more who we'll get to in a second. Tigra. Love Tigra. She's hooked up with Scott Lang. Catwoman. She's a Catwoman. Her husband was a cop who was killed, and it inspired her to become a vigilante. Superhuman reflexes, enhanced senses. Pretty cool. Toad, member of the Brotherhood. Leaping tongue, acid spit, paralyzing spit. When he was enhanced by Apocalypse, his tongue could light on fire and he could whip people. He's weird. He's also a janitor at the X-Men school for a while, when he redeemed himself. Titania, the girlfriend of the Absorbing Man, who was like the second character I covered on this very concise list. She was also in the She-Hulk TV show, played by the beautiful Jamila Jahil. Gorgeous woman. Super strong. And then she got this hammer called the Manbreaker that turned her into Skirn, Breaker of Men. And she could control it psychically like Mjolnir, but it's a giant sledgehammer that can also shoot energy beams. Trapster. Why does Pastepot Pete get his own page? Because he's actually been found in the game's files. He is a stupid, stupid villain who's gone up against Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. Those are his main two. He has a glue gun. That quick dry glue. Scatter shot balls. He has wall walking boots. A paste lasso. Grease slicks, bouncing mines. He's such a dumb villain. But all of these things make such fun... could make this game so much fun. Imagine a glue pit that traps anything that walks into it, or a paste lasso that sticks you to a wall, or grease slicks that cause you to slide out of control. I love it. If Pastepot Pete is introduced, I will main him. This is a promise. If you made it into this 4-hour video, Tombstone, Trinary, and Tyrone Cash. We're getting obscure. Tombstone, crime boss, strong. He could be a vanguard, probably not. Trinary, relatively recent X-Men character. Technopath, can control Sentinels and machines, which being an X-Men and a mutant is useful. Tyrone Cash from the Ultimate Universe was the mentor of Bruce Banner, the Hulk. He is called the First Hulk. He used gamma technology to increase his strength, and that inspired Bruce Banner to do his thing. Eventually he lost control and became a baddie, but he's called the First Hulk. And he named himself after the Hulk because the Hulk was more well known, but he technically used the technology first. Maybe make him a skin. I don't know. U.S. Agent. Make him a skin, I'd say. I'd say it's too complicated, but I love John Walker, and he's become beloved because of Wyatt Russell's adaptation of him. But in the comics, he's kind of a tool. The Convincer Stun Baton, he's a monster. Ulysses Bloodstone, the greatest monster hunter, has the Bloodstone implanted in his body. Not a great dad with the way he treats Elsa and his son Cullen. Has a magic harpoon, has a lot of guns, has the power glove. He's a cool dude, though. But kind of a bastard. Union Jack. One of the number one reasons I want the European side of the Marvel Universe to get explored, because Union Jack is awesome. A duelist, a knife thrower, he's just Moon Knight, Batman with guns and knives in Europe. There you go. If we ever did more international stuff, I would love them to introduce Ursa Major. Hey, if we ever get like a Red Guardian spinoff and do more stuff in Russia, give us Ursa Major. He's a bear. He's a man who can transform into a super intelligent bear. He's an alcoholic. And in his own words, besides, I'm the one thing our enemies won't expect. A badass bear with a hammer. He's a bear with a hammer who happens to have a problem with alcohol. Please put him in the movies. Give us a Red Guardian animated series where he has to take on Ursa Major. Or do the Thunderbolts holiday special where Yelena and Red Guardian go home and take on Ursa Major. Valkyrie. Obviously, Tessa Thompson is drop dead gorgeous, but I also love the Brunhilde original variant, who looks very Norse. Both are great. You do this one as the original, and then you do Tessa Thompson's skin, and I'll buy it in a friggin' heartbeat. But, strong speed stamina, has a pet winged horse, has the dragon fang blade, which is the main weapon of the Valkyries, can perceive death, so she can sense people that are low HP. So maybe, like, once someone drops below 25%, she can see them anywhere on the map. I think that'd be cool. Viper. Great villain. Member of the Serpent Society, ally of Hydra. A Whipmaster, whips guns, battle armor, poison darts. Hive-powered tentacles, she had that at one point. These ones are weird. I kind of combined two characters in one here. Vision and his daughter, Viv. Vision. Vision, obviously, of the Avengers. Viv of the Champions. I'd have Vision be more of a Vanguard with some strategist options. And Viv would be the opposite, a strategist with some Vanguard options. They'd both be flight and durability, strength, laser blast, phasing through walls. She would have focus more on visibility. He would focus more on his density control and slamming abilities. But they both have the ability to phase. I think this is a no-brainer, and both of them are highly likely. Because Viv has gotten really popular over the past few years. Vulcan, the forgotten third brother of Cyclops. So it goes Cyclops, Havoc, and Vulcan. Vulcan is a god Omega level power. He's an Omega level energy manipulator who can absorb and control cosmic energy and all other energy with it. Too powerful. Also too obscure. Vulture, on the other hand, classic Spider-Man villain. Make him a strategist. So if you wanted to do a Sinister Six team, you could do like Green Goblin Vanguard, Doc Ock Vanguard, Vulture Strategist, Scorpion Duelist, Venom Vanguard, and have a triple Vanguard meta. Electromagnetic wings, plasma pistols, throwing daggers, skilled flyer. Maybe use the pistols as healers. I don't know. But it is so many variations. The Old Man Adrian, the MCU, high-tech flight suit. I think this one's a no-brainer. A heavy-tech version of Iron Man, War Machine. Make him like Bastion if you're doing that. Make him incredibly limited flight. A heavy, slow turret. He has repulsor shields, tracking missiles, omnidirectional unibeam. He has the firepower. Warlock, who I made this list before the new map came out, the Arakko map for Ultron. He's on it. He's in the map in the hallway of robot corpses. You can see a member of his species, the Technarch, embedded in the walls. And I'm like, is that Warlock? It's kind of unclear, because it doesn't have the yellow glow that's eponymous with Warlock. He's a techno-organic being who can heal himself, heal others, create energy shields, create techno-weapons to boost allies. He's great. And he's all about Self. Will Self be asked to fight again? What will Self do next? The reason I also don't love Thunderbird is because Thunderbird's brother exists. We talked about Thunderbird a couple pages ago. Thunderbird's brother is named Warpath. Come on. A member of X-Force, Knife Master, hunting. His power is just being peak human. enhanced strength, enhanced speed, enhanced senses. And he can see weak spots, which he uses to become a deadly knife wielder. And he's awesome. He's a wolf in the form of a man, and he's really good friends with Wolverine because of it. This is another fun idea I had for a character. Like the Wrecking Crew, a 4-in-1 character, this is a 3-in-1 character. The Warriors 3 are amazing. I love the Warriors 3. They've been absolutely wasted in the MCU. They are Thor's buddies, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg. Fandral, fun fact, is implied to be the Robin Hood. It said that he was before he died and went to Valhalla, he was in love. He lived in the forests of England and was in love with a woman named Marion, and was an archer and a rogue. He's Robin Hood. So I made him a strategist, give him healing archery, and he has a weapon called, his fencing blade is called Fimbuldraugr, the Whispering Spirit. I would have it launch spirits to harm or heal. Hogun, that Hunnish gentleman over there, would be a duelist. He can summon horses because he was a horseman in life. It's implied that he was part of Genghis Khan's horde, but he was a good dude. Hridgandr, the Dread Storm Wand, is his mace. It causes wind blasts and shockwaves. And finally, Volstagg, this big boy, this big redhead. He has godly strength and durability. And his weapon is called Brandraid Unzdrigsgur, the bright blade of wondrous victory. And it's a blade that can literally cut through anything. And I'm like, come on. You switch between Strategist, Duelist, and Vanguard depending on which of the three you're playing as. He's the ultimate swap-up. He wouldn't be the best at any of them. He would not be the best Strategist, or the best Duelist, or the best Vanguard, but he'd be the ultimate support player in that you could switch and pivot to what your team needed at any moment. I would love that. The Watcher. The all-seeing Watcher, Uatu. Probably not playable. Would be a cool announcer, though. Water Snake, another of Namor's contemporaries, who joined the second incarnation of the New Warriors. I love Water Snake's design. I love the shaved head, blue skin. She creates weapons out of water. So she creates water spears, water bullets. Do a duelist with a little bit of strategist thrown in there. These two are interesting. They're a member of the Agents of Atlas. Again, very popular in Asia with Luna Snow. Wave controls water, creates waves, has knockback, can rip off pieces of her armor to use as weapons. That's neat. I don't think she's likely, but I think this person is. This person, I think, was mentioned in the code of the game that people have found. White Fox. She's what's called a Kumiho, which is a fox spirit. Hey, Sung, I'm still going at it, but I'm near the end. I'm in the W's. White Fox, Duelist, Kumiho, which is a ghost fox spirit. Heightened agility, claws, durability. She can hypnotize people. She can also turn into a fox. So if I was picturing that in the game, maybe like a high-speed, small character that could dash around the map. She also has a pearl that can drain life. I think that could be a really cool duelist character. White Tiger. If you watched this season of Daredevil, this is Ava Ayala, cousin of Hector Ayala, who was the original White Tiger. It's 3 a.m. for me. I'm still going, though. She wields an amulet of power. She's a totem of the tiger spirit. The same way Spider-Man is a totem of the spider, and Black Panther is a totem of Bast. She's a martial artist. Kind of like nothing really that blows her away from other characters, though. Same with White Widow. Like, we have Black Widow, why would we need Yelena? Maybe make her a skin. Wonder Man. Vanguard, ionic energy. He can turn into energy, and that it can grow, shoot energy blasts, shoot fire. I love Wonder Man. I kind of wanted them to do something with him in the MCU. But yeah. Wong, referenced in the game, referenced by Doctor Strange, referenced by Bats. His picture is in the Doom match map. I would have him be a strategist duelist and use a lot of the magical items of Doctor Strange. The sling ring for portals, the wand of Watum, healing sorcery, the whip blades that he uses in the second one. They have a miniature Wong too. God. Werewolf by Night. Do they have Werewolf by Night? Who was in that awesome special on Disney Plus, along with Elsa Bloodstone and Man-Thing. Who would be a Vanguard and would just have a slowly building up super wolf form. Jack Russell, I believe is his name, which just is the doggest name ever. The other child of Wanda, Wiccan, Billy Kaplan. Kind of a reality manipulator whose words play with the fundamental reality, who can see sightlines with his clairvoyance. Werewolf's in it too? God damn it, this game has everything. This is a character that I think would be very likely. X-23. X-23 you may know as the clone of Wolverine, Laura Kinney. She's gone by a couple other names. For a while after Wolverine was dead, she was Wolverine, and she had a sidekick named Honey Badger. She was eventually renamed Talon, and her sidekick was renamed Scout. I don't love that as much as Wolverine and Honey Badger, though. So there's the two of them together, Wolverine and Honey Badger. So Honey Badger is not a clone of Wolverine, she's a clone of X-23. X-23 was introduced in the X-Men Evolution animated show, which was awesome. And the reason I brought up that time-stopping character a while ago, Nyx, X-23 was brought into the comics through the Nyx miniseries comics. I love X-23, screw you. She also got armor made out of Muramasa to fight Silver Samurai. She's great. I love X-23. I would have her, though, summon Honey Badger as a little buddy. She has enhanced tracking, so maybe, like, if you see an enemy, they're automatically marked, and you can follow them. Let's see. Regeneration, immunity to stun. Wraith. Yuri Watanabe, police officer, ally of Spider-Man turned villain, turned like murderous vigilante who kills villains. Uses fear gas, uses a living cloth to wrap up enemies, uses commas. Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to make a DC Rivals. I would not be shocked because of the success of this and the failure of all their games. Meanwhile, of the original Guardians, let's keep going, we're almost there. Yondu Ondanta. Ah. Sorry, we're good? Yep. Yondu Ondanta, Master Archer, because that's what he is in the original, a Master Marksman with multiple guns. And in the MCU, his whistling arrow is just so damn cool, and has created some of the best action scenes. And he has a ship that he can call in aerial bombardments with. Last page. Zero and Zazax. Zero is, I think, a really cool villain. He's he was a good mutant. But his power is that his mind and body are perfectly in sync. Every aspect of his body is connected to his mind. So his mind exists in every single cell of his body. Whereas most people are minds controlling bodies. That's the explanation in X-Men. He is fully infused. And he is perfectly one being. He can sculpt his own body to be anything he wants. And can combine it with mechanical things. Basically, he's an Akira. Kaneda Tetsuo. He has endless tentacles. He can absorb biology. He's really messed up. And that kind of drove him crazy. Because it made him immune to the good vibes of Hope Summers, the mutant Jesus. And Zazax is a Hulk villain of living lightning and energy and bioplasma. And I would make him like a glass cannon. Heavy strength and speed, but cannot take a hit. Remember reading, DC, only good thing they ever made was and is the comics. I disagree highly, man. What about the Batman Arkham games? 2 of those were phenomenal, and the 3rd one was really beautiful. The animated movies, Batman the Animated Series, Justice League the Animated Series, Justice League Unlimited, Batman Beyond, Superman the Animated Series, parts of Young Justice, parts of Green Lantern the Animated Series. A lot of the DC animated movies are fire. Under the Red Hood, TMNT versus Batman. Some of the new DC animated universe was pretty cool. Justice League War, Throne of Atlantis. Flashpoint was alright. Oh, you mean... I remember reading they dislike DC movies because of how dark they were. It's hard to see what's happening. Live action movies. I mean, go back. The original live action movies. The Christopher Reeve Superman. 1 and 2 of those are still iconic. Batman Begins and Dark Knight were pretty great. Joel Schumacher's Batman was... Tim Burton's Batman, though, kind of classic. Over the past few years, yeah, though, I haven't loved the direction they've been going. I'm hopeful for James Gunn's Superman. Yeah. Alright. So let's throw 80% of these characters in the never gonna be in this game section. Sabretooth, I think, is possible. Same with Sandman. Although Sandman, I think, is actually an eventuality. Sauron should be in this game, but won't be. Sasquatch, nope. Scorpion, should be. DC wouldn't be as good as the MCU. DC is... People dislike DC because of how literally dark the movies are. Like, they can't even see half the movie. I get that. Sebastian Shaw, almost no chance. He'd be a background character. Same with Selene. Although Selene is a baddie. Sentry, I think, has an incredibly good chance of getting in this game. Hollow's the type to be like Jared Leto's the best Joker? Absolutely not. Jared Leto wasn't even the Joker. That never happened. Ranking it, Jared Leto's probably the worst Joker. Then comes Cesar Romero, who was the live-action Joker from the Adam West TV show. Then would be... Ooh. Then would be Joaquin Phoenix. Then would be... I'm blanking on his name. The voice of Bender from Futurama, who did him out a bunch of the animated movies. Then Nicholson, then Heath Ledger, and number 1 is Mark Hamill. Done. Mark Hamill's voice is just too iconic. Yeah, I'm going to move Shang-Chi to likely too. No, I'm going to move Shang-Chi to eventually. She-Hulk is likely. How about a crossover? Sharon Carter. Sheikla is no. Shriek is no. Shocker is no. Sin is no. Shockers actually would be higher. Shocker would be possible, but not probable. Shuri is very likely. If actors were to play Marvel characters in the MCU, consider the Marvel characters. So, like, Robert Downey Jr. is a Marvel character. I get that. I'm going to put Shuri in likely. Jared Leto betrayed DC and became Morbius. Did he, though? Did Morbius really happen? Are you sure that wasn't a dream you had? Silhouette, Silvermane, Silver Sable. I'm going to put Silver Samurai one stage higher. I'm going to put Silver Surfer near the top. Bob, Agent of Hydra. Scar, I'm going to say Scar, make him a skin for the Hulk. Scourge would be awesome. I would love Scourge, but it's unlikely. Slapstick is a 0%, but Slapstick's amazing. Snowbird. Somnus. Actually, I'm going to put Silver Sable up one, because Silver Sable is kind of popular. Songbird. Speed. Speedball. God, there's so many weird characters in Marvel. Spot. I'm actually going to put Spot Impossible. He's gotten so popular. Same with Silver Sable. And same with Silver Samurai. Star Fox, no. Starhawk, no. Stegron, no. Stepford Cuckoos. Stinger. Sunfire is possible. But I think Sunspot has a better chance. No. Strong Guy, absolutely not. Super Adaptoid, absolutely not. Super Giant, absolutely not. Surge is one of my, again, characters that I want to see. They're my dream characters because I love Surge. Surtur. Possible. He's just a villain in this game. Swarm, no way. He's literally Nazi bees. Sungirl, no. Sync, no. Taskmaster, I think, is highly probable. Talisman. I'll put Talisman up one. Again, just because I love Talisman. Temper, nope. Tempest, nope. Thanos. I'm going to put Thanos in possible. No, I'm going to put Thanos in eventually because he's too popular. You know what? I'd do it. I'd voice Bob in that Deadpool movie. I totally would. Tigra. Titania, no. Toad. Unlikely. Paste Pot Pete. The weirdest goddamn character. But I'm putting him in great chance because he's in the files of this game. Tombstone. I would love to see Tombstone. Trinary, no. Tyrone Cash, no. You know what? Make him a skin for the Hulk, though. U.S. Agent, make him a skin. Ulysses Bloodstone, absolutely not. Union Jack. You know what? Of all the British characters, I would love to see Union Jack. I'm putting him up here. Ursa Major. The Alcoholic Bear, no. Valkyrie, I think, is highly possible. Again, very popular. Hydra, possible, or sorry, Viper is possible but not probable. Vision has a great chance, while Viv Vision has a chance. Yeah. Vulcan, cool character, unlikely. Vulture, cool character, possible. War Machine, more than possible. I'd say again, probable. If they're doing a character a month, it's only a time till they start running out of characters. Warlock is unlikely, even though he's been cameoed. Warpath has a better chance than his brother. He's impossible. The Warriors 3. Again, I'm going to put that up in my desire tier because I think it's a really fun idea. Uatu the Watcher, make him a voice. Namarito, Water Snake, no. Wave. Again, just because of this game, of who's making it, I'm putting that in possible. And I'm putting White Fox up in great chance. White Tiger, I'm putting in almost no chance. Yelena, make him a skin. Wonder Man. And eventually. Wong. Wong's possible. Again, just because he's referenced in the game. Werewolf by Night. Unlikely. Wiccan, I'd say has a better chance than his brother. I'll put Wiccan under eventually. Almost there. X-23 and Scout. I'd put them under eventually too. I want to see Hollow's Blue Hulk. I think you mean A-Bomb. Wraith is a no, actually. I like Wraith, probably not. Yondu is possible. Zero. And Zax. Orange Hulk might be the strongest. The strongest is right here. Clue. KLUH, which is the inverted Hulk. It's Hulk backwards. Who's a stronger but less durable Hulk. I mean, strongest Hulk is probably the Immortal Hulk, which is an amazing comic run that was not too long ago, only a couple years ago. So we have some really cool potential skins. We have some potential. I think doing voice packs would be a great thing because people get annoyed with Galacta. If I could switch out Galacta with Nick Fury or the Watcher or Mojo or Khonshu or Jonah Jameson, I would. That would be awesome. There's a lot of skin potential. I didn't want to do characters as alternate versions of themselves. Some make sense, like Old Man Logan, or doing Maestro for Hulk. Or doing U.S. Agent for Cap is a different character, but similar powers and moveset. Same with Yelena for Black Widow, or Miles for Spidey. Dakin for Wolverine. Beta Ray Bill for Thor. You know, there's so much copy potential. So I think I'm going to slowly scroll up. We're in the almost no chance. I don't think any of these characters have a great chance. You know what? I'm actually going to bump... No. Yeah, I don't think these characters have a great shot. Possible. I could see a lot of these characters. Eventually. These are the characters I care about, that I truly believe will be in this game. Eventually. If we're going to be doing a character a month, that's 12 characters a year starting next month. Starting in July. So we are 100% getting Ant-Man. I would do Ant-Man and Wasp. Blade. Captain Marvel. Cyclops. Daredevil. Deadpool. Hive, and Phoenix. I think those are the most lock-in, obvious characters. I think we have a great chance of doing Amaranth, America Chavez, Nico Minoru, Angela, Colossus, Doc Ock, Elixir, Gambit, Luke Cage, Professor X, Paste Pot Pete, aka the Trapster, Vision, and White Fox. Likely, Arrow, Angel, Armor, Beast, Doom, Drax, Falcon, Forge, Gamora, Ghost Rider, particularly the Johnny Blaze one, Ghost Spider, Carnage, Green Goblin, Iceman, MODOK, Mysterio, Mystique, Nightcrawler, Quicksilver, Sentry, She-Hulk, Shuri, Silver Surfer, Taskmaster, and Viv. And then eventually, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 21 is the 100% and the great chances. It's a year and a half. If this game goes on 3 years, we're going to be moving into this territory. Baron Zemo, Batroc the Leaper, Black Cat, Cable, Dazzler, Hitmonkey. And we know they like silly characters. So I could see them doing Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Quake, Reptile. I could see them even going to the possible ones, like some things like Cosmo, Phantasma, who I hopefully pitched well at minute 12 of this 4.5-hour video. And then the characters I love that I want to see. Fat Cobra, Danny Moonstar, Dust, Sinister, the Pet Avengers, Surge, Union Jack, and the Warriors 3. Alright, well it's 4 a.m. I have to go to work soon. So, I think I'm going to call it for here. Like I said, we do have some stuff to do over the next few days. Tomorrow, I'm going to be reacting to the PlayStation State of Play. And maybe do a little bit of gaming. I can't game too much because I have to go pick up the Switch 2, which we will be playing on Thursday. Friday, we have Summer Games Fest and the Devolver Digital Showcase. Saturday, I'll do some gaming. Sunday is the Xbox Showcase. Next week, though, is when I'll start a couple new games. Probably Mafia 1 and either Blueprints or I'll finish up Fortnite Story. I'm also going to be doing more Marvel Rivals to come. I mean, I just spent 5 hours pitching this game and doing this, a completely concise list of what I think is likely in Marvel Rivals. A reasonable list of potential Marvel... This list was completely reasonable. Look at this. Reasonable. Alright. Before I keep yammering on, I gotta get some sleep. So thanks so much for joining me. Sung, Campaign, Miata, Herb, great talking. that's all this thing that I'm doing. Till next time, stay awesome. Peace.